Hello. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes.
आवाज नहीं आ रही है सर बिल्कुल भी।
सर ये डाइस कनेक्ट हो रहा है, डाइस दिख रहा है आपको? हाँ सर, जी सर, एक बार कंफर्म कर दे तो फिर सर, है ना सर? यस सर।
Very warm welcome to the chief guest of the day, Vice Chancellor MBS Principal Regional Education NCERT Ajmer, Professor S.V. Sharma ji, Registrar Central University of Rajasthan, Professor D.C. Sharma, and Director ARCI and Dean of School of Social Sciences. I request the dignitaries to please come on the stage and formally begin our session by lighting the lamp. I request the dignitaries to join us to light the lamp and formally begin the session. Welcome to all. I welcome Professor D.C. Sharma sir, Dean Academic Central University of Rajasthan, to grace the function and take time from his busy schedule, busy assignments. Thank you, sir, for being with us. Next, I welcome Professor N. Ambedkar, Dean, School of Sciences and Controller of Examinations, Central University of Rajasthan, to praise the function and be with us. I welcome all our resource persons, this Professor N. Panchnadan, Vice Chancellor, Tamil Nadu University, Tamil Nadu Teacher Education University, and Mr. Rashab Khanna and Professor Tripta Trivedi, Dean Faculty of Education University of Lucknow. They will join virtually to share their views. I welcome all the panelists, dean, heads, coordinator, faculty members, and fraternity of other institutions, school principals, teachers, and students of Central University of Rajasthan for attending this program in person and virtually. I welcome you all warmly to grace us with your presence. With immense admiration and affection, I extend a gracious and inclusive welcome to all of you. Thank you so much. Thank you, madam. To felicitate our guest, I would request Professor P.C. Sharma to give a floral welcome to Professor Anil Kumar. Give a floral welcome to Professor S.D. Sharma. Professor P.C. Sharma. Now, I would invite Dr. Govind, Assistant Professor, Department of Education, to apprise us with the details of this program.
best learning strategy, assessment strategies, and ready for lifelong learning. Thus, here the emphasis is given to the wide range of teachers' personal values to professional values and ethics development. And teachers need to be focused on the lifelong learning and the professional development of all levels through online and offline. Effective teachers must have to take these standards in 21st century schools to improve the educational outcomes for the students. With the best hope that valuable sessions of our today open house discussion will surely help in finalizing the initially draft of NCTE on NPST. After the inauguration ceremony, we have two sessions. In first session, that will start at 11:35. Three experts will connect with us virtually. Professor M. Panchanatham, Honorable Vice Chancellor, DNTU, Mr. Rizal Khanna, expert from NCT, and Professor Dikta Trivedi, Head and Dean, Faculty of Education, University of Lucknow. And they will share their views on the national professional standards of teacher in the light of NEP 2020. After that, at 1 o'clock, we will serve you delicious lunch. And after that, 1:30 p.m., the second session will be start. That will be dedicated to an open house discussion, question answer, and reflection session, where the various panelists, Professor Salim Yadav, Professor R.B. Parikh, Professor Mujumbi Hassan, Professor Nagendra Singh from RIE Ajmer, Professor Rita Chopra, former Professor, University of Rajasthan, Professor S.N. Ambedkar, Professor S.K. Panda from Central University of Rajasthan will share and exchange their ideas on NPST draft. to do discussion on the expectations and teacher standards, teachers' professional roles and responsibility in terms of quality and achievement of standards will be taken into consideration. In this session, after that, the participants can ask their questions to experts on NPST directly through online and offline both the way. Thus, quality of education of any country cannot exceed the quality of its teacher. In this regard, the aim of NPST will focus on the free in-service teacher training programs in the light of NEP 2020. It also aims to cover the roles of teachers at different levels, foundational, preparatory, middle, and secondary school, and the competencies required for the each stage. With this best hope, this open house discussion will definitely help to achieve the main objective of NPST.
We are fortunate to hear an address from Chairperson NCTE, Shri Santosh Kumar Saravaji. Shri Santosh Kumar Saravaji is an IAS of Odisha cadet, the 94 batch IAS officer who holds a degree in Masters of Arts Political Science and served again as Principal Secretary, Science and Technology, Department of Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of Odisha. Mr. Saravaji also served in the school and mass education sector in Government of Odisha for a long time. He took the charge on 25th March this year as the Additional Secretary of Government of India, Department of School Education, and replacing under the Ministry of Education, along with the charge of Chairperson NCTE, New Delhi. I invite Mr. Saravaji for his address.
Thank you. Thank you very much. There is a lot of echo from that side. So is it possible to mute this from your side? The audio at the stage or in the hall has to be muted. Otherwise, there is a lot of echo. Yeah, this is better. Thank you. Thank you, esteemed guests on the dais and a lot of participants who have joined us today. This is in continuation of a series of consultation, public consultation, which we are doing with regard to two important recommendations of the National Education Policy. One pertaining to National Professional Standard for Teachers, and the other one pertaining to National Mentorship Mission for the schools. As far as the professional standard for teachers is concerned, it is a continuum of the teacher education initiatives and is expected to estimate the extent of the different levels of expertise of teachers at different levels of their career or different stages of their career. So the idea here is to identify the teacher's proficiency at different levels, help them assess the levels at which their proficiency lies, and enable them to ensure their professional expertise through blended online and offline training mechanisms. We have graded teachers into 4 different levels as per the draft NPST guideline which has been issued. Those are the beginner teachers, the expert teachers, the proficient teachers, and the lead teachers. At the last level, they are supposed to be acting as the leaders who are able to lead a team of committed individuals, committed teachers. They are also supposed to be doing a lot of managerial functions. So how does a teacher evolve from being a beginner teacher to a lead teacher is the process on which NPST emphasizes. We are in the process of setting up an online platform where teachers can do self-assessment and identify the levels at which he or she is at present now. After identification, we are going to offer a lot of modules for online, offline, and blended trainings where they can increase their proficiency and go to the next levels. In course of time, this will also be linked to their career promotion, financial incentives, and a lot of both financial and non-financial incentives to be at different levels. The use of technology in this is also going to be very crucial. The draft document identifies the domains, subdomains, along with the descriptor, which will identify the teachers at different levels. We would request all of you to kindly go through this descriptor which have been given and offer your comments, offer your views, suggestions, so that before we come up with the final version, we have sufficient number of suggestions from all of you, which will help us in coming up with a very robust document as far as NPST is concerned. So with this, I'll thank the university for hosting this particular session and doing this public consultation. I thank all the participants for having joined, and I'm looking forward to a very vibrant session in the coming few hours. Thank you.
Now, I would request Member Secretary, Ms. Kisan to check on LCTE for her online.
Professor Neeraj Gupta, Vice Chancellor, Central University of Rajasthan. Professor Anil Kumar Shukla, Vice Chancellor, Maharishi Dayanand Saraswati University, Ajmer. Professor S.V. Sharma, Principal, RIE, Ajmer. Professor N. Panchanathan, Vice Chancellor, Tamil Nadu Teacher Education University. Our esteemed guests and all our stakeholders who are present with us online and offline. Namaskar. First of all, I would like to thank the Central University of Rajasthan for partnering with NCTE in our endeavor to disseminate and sensitize our stakeholders about the national for teachers. As we are all aware, and our chairperson, Shri Santosh Sarangi, has already highlighted the various the NPST concerned. In April 2021, we launched My NP 2020. This was very useful to us.
Kisan, I believe you have a low bandwidth on your side. So if you can switch off the video and just speak, because your audio is not coming.
Okay, sir. Just tell him that the bandwidth. So, video off kar do, ya to? The committee is headed by Professor Jan Kiran Saluja, and all the committee members have been worked very hard on this draft document which has come out. And the first draft document was out on our portal, on our website on 17th November 2021. And we are requesting all our stakeholders to please given your valuable suggestions, because all the suggestions are very important for us. We are holding a series of open houses.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Combined open house for NMM
There is a
and
lot of echo
NPST
from that side. So
was
is it
held
possible to
in
mute
Cotton University,
this from
Guwahati,
your side?
which was very well received, and we received a lot of constructive suggestions from that open house.
The
We are
audio
also having a
at the
series
stage or in the hall has to be
open houses
muted.
in a hybrid
Otherwise, there
mode,
is a lot of
hybrid.
echo. Yeah,
This
this is better.
online open house session
Thank you.
is one such.
Thank you, esteemed guests on the
one of
dais and a lot of
I
participants
request
who have joined
everyone
us today.
So please,
This
given your
is in
valuable
continuation
suggestions,
of a series
those who are present
of
physically,
consultation,
and
public
otherwise
consultation,
also please mail it to us.
which we are
Every
doing
suggestion is very
with
important for
regard
us,
to two
and all the
important
ones will be
recommendations of the
considered
National Education
and
Policy.
taken
One pertaining
into
to
our
National Professional
documents which
Standard
will
for
be
teachers,
released, final
and
document
the
which will be
other
released
one
later on.
pertaining to National
Thank you once again
Mentorship
to
Mission for
Rajasthan
the
Central
schools.
University for partnering with us.
As far
I
as the
also thank
professional standard
Shri
for teachers is
Sarangi sir for
concerned,
his
it is a
guidance.
continuum
And I thank
of the
the
teacher
team in
education
NPST
initiatives
for having
and
worked very hard
is expected
on coming out with this
to
draft document, which is now out
estimate
in public domain. Thank you. Jen.
the extent of the different levels to identify the teacher's proficiency at different levels, help them assess the levels at which their proficiency lies, and enable them to ensure their professional expertise through blended online and offline training mechanisms. We have graded teachers into 4 different levels as per the draft NPST guideline which has been issued. Those are the beginner teachers, the expert teachers, the proficient teachers, and the lead teachers. At the last level, they are supposed to be acting as the leaders who are able to lead a team of committed individuals, committed teachers. They are also supposed to be doing a lot of managerial functions. So how does a teacher evolve from being a beginner teacher to a lead teacher is the process on which NPST emphasizes. We are in the process of setting up an online platform where teachers can do self-assessment and identify the levels at which he or she is at present now. After identification, we are going to offer a lot of modules for online, offline and blended trainings where they can increase
Good morning to all.
Their proficiency and go to the next levels. In course of time, this will also be linked to their career promotion, financial incentives, and a lot of both financial and non-financial incentives to be at different levels. The use of technology in
transforming India, that is Bharat.
This is also going to be very crucial. The draft document identifies the domains, subdomains, along with the descriptor, which will identify the teachers at different levels.
To instill among the learners a deep-rooted pride.
We would request all of you to kindly go through this descriptor which have been given and offer your comments, offer your views, suggestions, so that before we come up with the final version, we have sufficient
commitment to human rights, sustainable development, and living
a number of
global well-being,
suggestions from all of you.
Global citizens equipped with skills of 21st century.
which will help us in coming up with a very robust document
on the development
as far as NPST is concerned. So with this, I'll thank
Therefore, education must develop not only cognitive capacity but also social,
the university
and emotional
for hosting this particular session and doing this public consultation. I thank all the participants for having joined.
The 10+2 curriculum structure with a 5+3+3+4
And I'm looking forward to a very vibrant session in the coming few hours. Thank you.
Education, namely foundational stage, preparatory stage, middle stage, and secondary stage. It is mentioned on para 5.20 of NEP 2020 document that a common guiding set of national professional standards for teachers to be developed by 2022 by the National Council of Teachers Education in its restructured new form as professional standard setting body under the General Education Council in consultation with NCERT, SCERT, etc. The standards cover expectation of role of the teacher at different levels of expertise and the competency required for that stage. The policy defines that teacher teaching in each stage
Professor
of
Neeraj Chopra,
education should have growth opportunities within each stage without a need to move to another stage for career progression. The current
Professor Anil Kumar
draft proposes 4 career stages and
Vice
professional
Chancellor,
standards for teachers at each stage. These 4 stages have
The
been
SV Sharma,
specified as
Principal, RIE Ajmer,
proficient teacher, expert teacher, lead teacher.
Professor N. Panchanathan, Vice Chancellor, Tamil Nadu Teacher Education
One of the lowest professions globally and is associated with social progress.
University,
Teachers
our
effectiveness
esteemed
has
guests,
rapidly risen
and all our
to the top
stakeholders
of the
who are
education
present with
policy
us
agenda.
online and
Many
offline.
nations have
Namaskar.
become
First of all,
convinced that teaching is one of the most important
I would like to thank the Central University of Rajasthan for partnering with NCT in our endeavor to
only the very best and most learned of all became teachers.
disseminate
Teachers were the
and
center of
sensitize
education
our
system
stakeholders
and were
about
needed to pass on their knowledge, skills, and ethics optimally to students.
for teachers.
With the evolution in
As
the
we are all
education
aware,
system and
and
the changing role of teachers,
Our chairperson, Shri Santosh Sarangi, has already highlighted the various
utmost importance for long-term and sustainable nation building. In the learning context, standards are defined as learning outcomes, but in professional context, standards are defined as dimension of competence. Professional
NPST
standards in general are considered to define and measure the quality of teaching in a valid way. Professionally, these standards are classified on the basis of their purpose and coverage. That is, professional values, quality of teaching, teacher knowledge, teacher belief, and action and measures of quality teaching. The National Professional Standard for teachers set out by the NEP 2020 aims for equitable access to the highest quality education for all learners.
In April 2021, we launched
all
My
students at all stages of school education are taught by passionate, motivated, highly qualified, professionally trained, and well-equipped teachers. Attracting the best talent to the teaching profession is the need of the hour. NPST will determine all aspects of teacher
This was
career
very useful
management,
to us.
including tenure, professional development efforts, salary increases, promotions, and other recognitions. For example, career advancement and salary increments will not only occur based on the length of the
Yes,
tenure
sir.
or seniority, but
Yes, sir.
shall be based on such
I believe you have a low bandwidth on your side. So if you can switch off the video and just speak, because your audio is not coming.
The standardization of academic performance of teachers teachers with accountability, value-added modeling, for maintenance of students' assessment and
Okay, sir.
positive attitudes towards education.
Just
It
a
is
minute.
to set
So,
a national
you-
common standard for teachers so that strengthening of knowledge, skill, disposition, classroom practices, etc.
The committee is headed by Professor Jankiran Saluja, and
improve the teacher's personal and professional development.
all the committee
The
members
professional standards have been benefited to enhance the quality of teaching.
have been worked very hard on this draft document which has come out.
Canada, etc. It is hoped that purpose of NPST
And the first draft document was out
all
on our
teachers at all
portal,
levels of
on our web.
education be passionate, motivated, highly qualified,
Site on
professionally
17th
trained,
November 2021,
and
we are
well-supported for
requesting
growth
all our
in their
stakeholders
career.
to
I am
please-
sure that the open house discussion will bring tangible suggestions for its further development and to
Given your
conceptualize
valuable
the final
suggestions,
version of the
because all the
NPST.
suggestions are very
I must
important.
congratulate NCT team and Central University Rajasthan team
We are
for
holding a series
organizing
of
this
open
program
houses.
Thank you.
and developing the draft document for NPST. Thank you very much.
Combined open house for NNS and NPST
So
was
is it
held
possible to
in
mute
Cotton University,
this from
Guwahati.
your side?
It was very
I now would like to invite
well received,
Chief Guest of the
and
day,
we received
Dr.
very constructive
Working
suggestions.
presently as Vice Chancellor, MDS University, Ajmer. Before that, he was Vice
From
Chancellor
that
in
open
Khwaja
The
Model
audio
Language
in the
University,
stage or in the hall
Prior to this, he also
has
served
to
as
be
Vice
muted.
Chancellor
In a hybrid
Otherwise, there is a
model,
lot of
hybrid
echo.
University, Bareilly.
Uh,
He has more than
yes.
35 years of teaching experience in various administrative capacities in conventional and open
online open house
As a
session
teacher,
is one
many
that
innovative approaches in teaching like PAT, SMART and hybrid were introduced by him and is successfully executed in the classroom.
Tim guests
He
on
has
the
been
dais
active member in various academic
and a lot
committees
of
that
participants who have
and the
joined us
list goes on.
today.
I would not take more
This
time.
is in continuation of a series
those who are present
of
physically
conservation,
and
public
otherwise also
conservation,
please mail it to us.
which
But
we are
every
doing
suggestion is very
with
important.
regard to
And all the
important
requirements should be
recommendations of the
considered
National Education
and
Policy.
taken.
NCT Chairperson, NCT, Madam Kesan,
One,
Provedi ji,
pertaining to
into our
national
document
professional
which
standard
will
for
be released,
teachers.
final
Vice
document.
Chancellor of this university, dignitaries of the
Another
dais,
one pertaining
Anjali
to
Sharma ji,
national
Thank you once again to
mentorship mission from
Rajasthan
the
Central
schools.
University for
Ambedkar ji. And
us.
As far as the
Thank
professional standard for teachers is
for
concerned,
his
teachers of Rajasthan Central University. I read
the
in
continuum
And I thank
of the
the
teacher
team
education
Teachers are
initiatives
not
for having very
And-
worked very
They possess a very special attribute.
hard
you
on
are
expected
coming out with this draft document which is now out in public domain. Thank you, Jen.
the extent
So,
of
it is expected from long back that if you are a teacher, then
the
definitely
different levels
you
to
carry
identify the teachers
attributes which are required not only to transact the information,
proficiency at different levels,
And she has made many
help them
remarkable
assess
developments.
the levels at which their proficiency lies and
different from 20th century. 21st century
Tell
is a
them.
postmodern society.
ensure
21st
their
century
professional expertise
post-industrial society.
blended online and offline training
Society. It is very different what we were.
mechanisms.
That has an experience of more than 35 years.
We have graded
Society, we need a different type of education system.
teachers into four different levels as per the draft
If we have a look at
PST
our
guideline which has
education
been
system,
issued.
He has more than
Those
nine
are the beginning teachers,
arises in our mind.
the expert teachers, the professing teachers, and the lead teachers.
Education, what we achieve.
At the last level, they are supposed to be acting as the leaders
And why have we missed those gaps?
who are able to lead a team of committed individuals
Required in 21st century, and what type of generation we have.
teachers. They are also supposed
What type of teachers we need in 21st century, and what type of teachers we have.
doing a lot of managerial functions.
I hope this
So how does a
give a response
teacher evolve
to all these
from being a beginner teacher to a lead
fourth question, that what type of teachers are required in 21st
teacher is the process on which NPST emphasizes.
Actually, in 21st century, from a teacher, it is expected that at least
We are in the process of setting up an online
Those four
platform
parameters are
where teachers can do self-assessment and
economic inequitable economic
identify the levels at which
equality
he or
of
she
students in the classroom.
is at present now.
Are our teachers are able to manage cross-cultural communication?
After
Are
identification,
our teachers are able to see
we
the
are
feeling of connectedness in the schools? And fourth question, are our
going
teachers
to
are able to
offer
develop
a lot of modules for online, offline and blended trainings where they can include
if our teachers are are able to respond these queries, definitely they are going on.
their proficiency and go to the next levels. In course of time, this will also be linked to their career promotion, financial incentives, and a lot of both financial and non-financial incentives to be at different levels.
To prepare a document
The use of
who will continue
technology
guidelines not only to the teachers but to the government agencies too. How to
This
plan
is also
their
going to be very
attention
crucial. The draft document identifies the domain
convert into the category of a lead.
Domains, subdomains, along with the descriptor
Information seeker in the classroom, we have to convert our students into automated
will
learners.
identify the teachers at different levels.
In coming days, the students will be self-directed.
We would request all of you to kindly
If the students are self-directed, self-controlled,
go through this
self-managed,
descriptor
then we also need
which have been
teachers
given
who are
and offer your
self-directed, self-controlled, self-managed. Pre-service training
comments,
provides
offer your views, suggestions, so that before we come up with
4 years.
the final version, we have sufficient
Around 35 human rights, in every month, in every day,
number of suggestions from all of you.
The mental setup, if the just you can say the thinking system of our prospective teacher is changed in such
Which will help us in coming up with a very robust document as far as NPST is concerned. So with this, I'll thank
not only complete the classroom capacity, but he has
the university for hosting this particular session and doing this public consultation. I thank all the participants for having joined.
The 10 plus 2 teacher is able to manage coordination between these three, then he will be a lead. 5 plus 3 plus
I'm looking
we
forward
have not
to a very vibrant
only for a village to teach in a primary school teacher.
session
There
in
are
the coming
good
few hours. Thank you.
who is able to deliver work in rural areas. Then
It is mentioned on para 5.20 of any
has not
document that
only to fill the demand
common guiding set of national professional standards for
So we have to prepare the teachers looking the demand of work scenario two.
teachers
The team of
developed by
which was
2022
to prepare this document is the
by the National Council of Teachers
because they have not prepared, they have
formed
not only categorized the teacher
as
but they
professional
have identified
standard setting body
they have
under the
even plan, they have to become a mechanism how to prepare a teacher from how to prepare, plan the journey of a teacher from very standards we cover expectatively most of the teacher scenario of expertise and promotion are due the competencies of required for that stage. The policy defines the teacher teaching in each
Professor Neeraj Chopra,
a teacher should have attained the age in a just to carry the natural process, but as far as the maturity is concerned, for career studies,
Professor Anil Kumar Chopra,
I feel career experience and how a teacher and being each stage in their promotion have been looking at the
Principal RIE Ajmer,
proficient teacher, expert teacher, lead teacher.
Professor N. Panchanathan, Vice Chancellor, Tamil Nadu Teacher Education.
The teacher has to play a key associated with this document.
University.
Teacher is not only an insight, but give us a platform.
Our esteemed guests and all our stakeholders
will come
who
not
are present
only
with
from
us.
this university, but across the country. They will definitely
Online and offline.
document.
First of all,
That the LTT will be able to one type of document which
all,
will
I would like to
not
thank
only Bible of the teacher fraternity,
the Central University of Rajasthan for
country,
partnering with NPST in our endeavor
only the very best and every angle will be covered in this document. But only this much I will say, that teacher has to
disseminate
that
and emphasize our stakeholders
needed to pass on their knowledge. If they will not see the attributes which are expected from them, then definitely society will not give
the teachers.
that
As we are all aware, and our chairperson,
in this open house discussion, what suggestions will come, they will
Shri
be
Santosh Sarangi has already highlighted the various
and the discussion across the country definitely will give
Thank you, sir, for delivering the demonstration of students and the objective of
competent.
I now
the NPST
and invite him for his words of wisdom on today's. A humble request, everyone please keep your microphones on silent.
That is professional values, quality of teaching, teacher knowledge, teacher belief, and actions and measures of
Mr. Sharma from IIT. And we are of the teaching conference, I believe in
the national professional standard for teachers set out by the
one hour discussion on
education
national professional standard for teachers. Is going to happen
quality
here.
education for all learners.
in April
About the
2021, we launched My
teacher. But as a teacher, what I understand is
Taught by
how
passionate,
flexible you are.
motivated,
Not only you are giving information to the students, but how much
highly
you are
qualified,
understanding the students.
professionally trained,
What are their desires?
well-equipped
What are
teachers.
their dreams? How they can be executed? This is what the
Attracting the
teacher
best
should
talent
do.
to the teaching
And how attached you are to your students.
NPST
In these days,
determine all
teacher can
aspects
learn.
of teaching.
Maybe because of certain guidelines prepared by
this was
the
very useful to us.
or by their own.
Professional development
How
for
to impart the knowledge. Collection of information is not the knowledge.
salary increases,
You should understand
promotions, and
how to
other
prepare
designations. For example, career
for the future.
advancement and service increments
and compatible globally for different kind
not
of
only occur based on the
requirements
length of the
Kisan,
NEP 2020 is giving focus of many areas,
seniority.
particularly
Yes, sir.
Indian wisdom, which we
I
have
believe
left and we forgot to impart in the education system.
I believe you have a low bandwidth on your side. So if you can switch off the video and
People will understand
just speak
how
because your audio is not
Emphasize
coming.
that
ethical values for students are important. Not only gathering information from various sources,
with accountability, value
how
added modeling,
a human being can be created. So that is one of the important aspects
for
of NEP.
maintenance of
And there are a lot of flexibility for teachers as well as for students to design their course and teachers. I think this discussion will be very fruitful and people will be benefited.
skill, disposition, classroom, etc.
The committee is led by Professor Jankiran Saluja.
The teacher's personal and professional
All the committee members
National standards have
Thank you very much.
benefited to enhance the quality of teaching.
I will give my heart to this draft document which has come out.
It is hoped that purpose of NPST
And the first draft document is out
all
on our
teachers at all
portal,
levels of
on our website.
education passionate, motivated, highly qualified,
On 17th
professionally
November
trained,
2021, and we are
well-educated
requesting all our stakeholders
career.
Chief guest of the day,
I'm sure that the open house this will bring tangible
my colleague Dr. D.C. Sharma
nation for its
and
further
Anjali Sharma
development and
given your valuable
and
suggestions.
participants of this workshop, open house system.
First, all the suggestions are very important.
and those who are
team
digitally connected to this meeting. I welcome you all. In fact,
We are holding a
when we
series
talk about
developing the draft
professional standards,
NPST.
I'm the one person who has been pre-service teachers in various institutions. 1 year I have seen around 8 to 9,000 maybe.
University.
Professor seen that many number. When we imparted training
Well
to
received,
300
and we
students
received very
in one university.
suggestions.
And after that, when this NCTE came into existence, the same university we have seen only 25 students. From 1,000 students taking admission in one academic year, and when we became 5 to 6 years, I have also seen only 25 students taking admission in the
Online
same university. It means Government of India is insisting not only number of students professional training, but also they have to do
This is the continuation of a series.
required quality parameters. Here, quality parameters are
And
very
reconciliation.
please mail it to us.
We are
and over a period of
Very
time, I have also seen many universities and higher educational institutions are raising their standards
all the
for
recommendations
teachers
from the National
education.
Chairperson,
And not only teacher education, even in
Kisan,
general higher education like in-service
to our
training programs for
by
assistant professors and
Dimitri
newly
Thank you once again to Rajasthan.
not only in higher education but also in
And
school education. Right?
And,
Teachers,
we also thank
Teachers has been signed.
teachers,
and you that kind of professional NCERT and
Teaching
NCERT
having very
Centers
good
for Education, manned by NCERT, but they are a welcome direction. And
coming on to this draft document. Is now thank you.
Teacher education programs in the coming session. So much time has been point of time. As a last point, I will point out, even in the university, we have started an innovative integrated MSc program. Before starting this MSc integrated MSc program in 4 subjects, we had a brainstorming discussions among the faculty by inviting various people from across the country and what kind of inputs we have to deliver to our students. After one and a half years discussion, we have come out with this innovative program, and I'm very happy to inform this August gathering that our products are doing very well, not only in this state of Rajasthan, but they are spread throughout the country. And in fact, the other institutes, they should take this integrated MSc B.Ed program of Central University of Rajasthan as a model to develop their teacher education program. With this, I thank everybody present in this auditorium for having accepted the invitation of Central University of Rajasthan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As a token of gratitude, I now would request Professor D.C. Sharma to please present a memento and a shawl to the Chief Guest of the day, Professor Anil Kumar. Thank you, sir. I now would request Professor S. Ambedkar to please present a memento and a shawl to Professor S.B. Sharma. Thank you, sir. I now would request Dr. Subhashish Bhadraji, Head Department of Sports Psychology, to come forward and give forward vote of thanks.
Good morning to all, and I'm privileged to propose the vote of thanks at the end of the inaugural session of the open house discussion of National Professional Standard for Teachers, NPST. The one-day open house discussion is organized by Department of Education, Central University of Rajasthan, in association with National Council for Teachers Education, New Delhi. The new Education Policy 2020 was approved by the Union Cabinet on July 29, 2020, and it is going to bring a path-breaking change in the Indian system that is based on Indian ethos and aims to transform the nation into an equitable and vibrant knowledge society. And teacher is the main foundation in this. And these whole day discussions we have to bring are very fruitful discussions to see how we can contribute towards this direction. The feedback, new ideas, constructive reflections will be shared with NCTE. In this occasion, first of all, I extend my sincere thanks to Mr. Santosh K. Sharangi, IAS Chairperson of NCET, and Ms. Keshan Serpa, IRS Member of National Council of Teachers Education, for choosing the Department of Education, Central University of Rajasthan, for organizing such an open house discussion and the event for this department. You have enlightened us with the wide mission of NCTE for the purpose of developing the national professional standards for teachers. I am sure through this one-day open house discussion, we shall perform to your expectations. Thank you, sir and madam, for joining us and giving us the opportunity to do this open house discussion. We are most honored to host Professor Anil Kumar Shukla, Vice Chancellor, Maharshi Dayanand Saraswati University, Ajmer, Rajasthan, in today's event. I am indebted and thankful to you, sir, for your presence and giving the unique direction to today's open house discussion for the Institute of Education. Your address made us to believe and commit ourselves towards the higher aim of the achievement. Thank you, sir, for your blessings and support. My thanks to Professor S.B. Sharma, Principal, Regional Institute of Education, NCERT, Ajmer, Rajasthan, for joining and delivering this special lecture that sets the path of today's discussion with the number of milestones that you have given us to achieve. We are confident to stand up to your expectations. Thank you, sir, for your wise deliberation. In this event, I would like to propose my heartfelt thanks to Professor Neeraj Gupta, the in-charge Vice Chancellor, though he could not be here, but his support has always made us to believe to become an architect of human making. And he is a professor of architecture, so I see he does it very, very curiously and very dedicatedly, and he has transformed that ideas and among all of us to do it with most dedication. Thank you, sir, for your blessing. Thank you to all the panelists who will be joining in the next session. I propose my sincere thanks to Professor D.C. Sharma, the Registrar and Dean Academics of Central University of Rajasthan. Sir is always very kind, approachable, and the person whom we can always depend on. So thank you, sir, for your wise advice, and we must be doing the whole day on delivering on this topic, and we will make sure that it becomes a most useful one for developing the professional standard for the teacher. I must thank to Professor Asian Ambedkar, Controller of Examination and Dean for Accreditation, Ranking and International Collaboration in Central University of Rajasthan. Professor Ambedkar is very approachable all the time, and he is a person who comforts in every situation whenever he finds we are in distress, or he is the person who promotes all the way how to attain a higher standard. So sir has been always a support in any kind of these events and gives his wholehearted blessings to us. Thank you, sir, for being here. Thank you to all the heads of the department, deans of the schools, administrative officers of different sections for their support. I must thank to our IT team for making this event in blended mode in the most successful manner. Honest thanks to Dr. Anjali Sharma, Head and Dean, School of Education, and her dedicated team, consists of faculty members of Department of Environment Science, Linguistics, Social Work, Sports Psychology, Culture, Media Studies, and many others for shouldering the responsibility and their commitment to make this great event most successful. Last but not the least, heartfelt thanks to all the faculty members, the students, and other stakeholders who have joined online and offline in this one-day open house discussion in the National Professional Standard for Teachers. So Thank you all. Have a great day of learning and discussion ahead. Thank you. Bless.
In order to take you further through the process of this program, I would now request Dr. Bharati, Assistant Professor, Department of Linguistics, to please take over the mic. Taking for 11 minutes before we start with the technical station. Thank you.
क्यों नहीं आ रही?
Those of who have joined us online, we're just thinking of being for 5 minutes and we're going to review the draft technical session 1. So please bear with us. Thank you.
इस प्रकार से शिक्षण दिया जाएगा और आने वाले समय में वो उसको प्रदर्शित करते हुए अपने कला को प्रदर्शित करते हुए शिक्षण का कार्य करेगा। ठीक है, तो भारत वहाँ प्रारंभ हुआ, फिर उसको जो है भारत में मिलाया गया। भारत में इंदौर विश्वविद्यालय के थे प्रोफेसर बी के पासी महोदय और प्रोफेसर शाह महोदय, इन्होंने जो है
थोड़ा सा ऊपर करिएगा, जिससे हाँ कर दीजिएगा, इधर मेरा आ जाएगा।
Station 1 of the Open House Discussion on National Professional Standards for Teachers, para number 5.20 of National Education Policy 2020, to all for attending both in person and in offline virtual mode. So for the technical sessions, we have three speakers who are going to join us online. Professor N. Panchanathan, Vice Chancellor, Tamil Nadu Teacher Education University. Mr. Vikar Khanna, expert from National Council of Teacher Education. Professor Prita Trivedi, Category, Department of Education, University of Rajasthan. So now, may I invite Dr. T. Sangeeta to kindly introduce the first speaker of today's technical session 1. Over to you.
A warm welcome to one and all in today's open house discussion. A warm welcome to one and all in today's open house discussion on National Professional Standards for Teachers, para 5.20 of National Education Policy 2020. On behalf of the Department of Education, Central University of Rajasthan, I feel proud and honored to introduce Professor N. Panchanathan, Vice Chancellor, Tamil Nadu Teacher Education University. Professor N. Panchanathan has pursued his degree in MBA, PhD, HRM. Sir has also pursued degrees in Science and Humanities such as MSc Zoology, MCom, MS, MA Psychology, and MSc Yoga. Sir has got 20 years of administrative experience and 33 years of teaching experience, MBA in regular at Annamalai University. Sir has got international exposure, 55 international groups covering 36 countries. Sir has been the visiting professor to many countries around the globe. Sir has got tremendous contribution in the field of research. He has received 47 national and international awards, Lifetime Achievement Award, and Best Teacher and Best Researcher Award. மெய்மிக வழிநின்று ராஜஸ்தான் மத்திய பல்கலைக்கழகம் சார்பாக வணக்கம் கூறி ஐயா அவர்களை சொற்பொழிவாற்ற வரவேற்கிறோம். I request Honorable Vice Chancellor to address the gathering.
Good morning to all. Good morning to all. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Once again, my namaste, namaskar, good morning to all of you present here. At the outset, Department of Education, Central University of Rajasthan, and the National Council for Teacher Education, New Delhi, they deserve our congratulations, our appreciation for organizing this great program, National Professional Standard for Teachers, NPST, on this beautiful day. Most respected organizing committee members like Honorable Vice Chancellor Neeraj Gupta ji, respected Sharma ji, respected Anjali Sharma ji, Dr. Narendra Kumar, Dr. Gobinath Singh, Dr. Sangeeta, Dr. Kashinath, very respected panelists like Professor Parikh, Professor Yadav, Professor Nath, Professor Hussain, Professor Arora, Professor Ambedkar, Professor Panda, and a galaxy of honorable speakers like Mr. Khanna, Professor Trivedi, Mr. Dinesh Kumar, Professor Sharma, and all other respected participants, elite scholars, teachers, students, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon to every one of you. Once again, I congratulate organizing committee on behalf of all of us for taking a lot of pains in organizing on a wonderful title of related to NEP, National Education Policy 2020, wherein National Professional Standard for Teachers. Similarly, on behalf of organizing committee, I appreciate and congratulate very allied participants for not simply participating and investing their time in order to get new insights, or the existing wonderful insights are getting reinforced when we repeatedly listen to great personalities who are going to address today or discuss in the name of panels. So my appreciation goes to them. Regarding this panel discussion, very allied people are going to speak. I will not take much of your time. I will take 15 minutes. Already 3-4 minutes are over. Less than 10 minutes. This national professional standard. This word, it attracts. Everybody, a pilot has got a standard, doctor has got a standard, driver has got a standard. So all profession, they got wonderful standards how to operate. But teaching profession is a profession of all profession. Honorable President of India was a student of a teacher. Honorable Prime Minister of a country was a student of a teacher. So within 4 walls, the fate of a nation is decided.
So this is the pathway for Preeti, and just look at this and think about that how NPST is really helping Preeti here now. So step 1, Preeti has completed her B.Ed. She's meeting the beginner teacher standards, and she's joined the school as a beginner teacher, right? Now she started working with NPST document, the NPST expertise to a proficient teacher. While you are moving from beginner teacher to proficient teacher, what else should you do in your classroom? How should you teach? How should you focus on your own growth? And once you become a proficient teacher, how do you become that? And once you become that, how do you continuously keep growing that you reach to the level of lead teacher? That's what the document is all about. One last example, just for sharing with you, let's say if there was a teacher who already had 7 to 10 years of experience and wants to work with NPST, they would first go and work on identifying which stage they are at. So let's say Mr. Pinto is trying to identify, is he at a proficient stage or expert stage? He discusses with his principal. The principal tells him to work on the NPST document on NCT portal or work with an NPST expert. Mr. Pinto takes a self-assessment, identifies that right now he's ready for proficient stage, so he registers for proficient stage. Again, like Ms. Preeti, he initiates his CPD with NCT approved institution, builds his portfolio, receives feedback, applies for expert teacher status after that, participates in 360-degree evaluation, submits his portfolio and CPD certificates, gets certified as expert teacher, celebrates his growth, and then repeats that to become a lead teacher. So you see, the document is not just a set of parameters written, but will be a guiding document for most of teaching professionals and how we can move fast, how we can grow in every single aspect, whether that's personal aspect, financial aspect, professional aspect, emotional, mental aspect. NPST will provide that for every teacher. I'd like to stop my presentation here and like to thank the team for giving me this opportunity to present, and I hand over the mic. I hope I was able to bring some clarity on the entire document, how it has been built, what are we expecting to achieve out of that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. As teachers, all of us would have gone through the NPST exam. Sir has given us a clear picture and understanding about the NPST exam. Saying about the beginner, proficient, expert, and lead teachers, and also giving a clear explanation about the standards of the teachers, professional standards for teachers, the value of ethics, professional knowledge and understanding, professional competence and practice, professional development and growth. And so many examples are also given here for the teachers to understand these gaps in this. Thank you once again, sir, for that thought-provoking speech. Now I call upon Dr. Ganpati, Assistant Professor, Department of Linguistics, to give an introduction for our next expert, Professor Krista Trivedi, LLB, Faculty of Education, University of Lucknow, UP. Thank you. Now, I'm very happy to introduce the third speaker of the technical station one, Professor Krista Trivedi. She is the head of the Department of Education at University of Lucknow. She is the recipient of International Visiting Scholar Fellowship from Fulbright Foundation and International Scholar Exchange Fellowship from Korea Foundation for Advanced Studies. Her long experience of staying abroad for studying for students, along with her patience for teaching, has made her attain professional maturity and bent towards innovation in the field of teacher education. With a PhD in English literature and a PhD in education, her area of interest is working in the field of English language teacher education. She has authored 2 books, has many publications in reputed journals, completed few national as well as international projects, and attended numerous seminars, conferences, and workshops as participant as well as a resource person. Professor Krista Trivedi is a teacher educator for the last 26 years and has served in many renowned universities and colleges. And to echo her recall, Professor Krista Trivedi has been awarded the Best Teacher Education Award by National Council of Teacher Education in 2009. And I am very happy to welcome you, ma'am, as a speaker in this open house discussion on National Professional Standards for Teachers organized by the Department of Education, Central University of Rajasthan, in collaboration with the National Council of Teacher Education. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, madam, for giving me this opportunity. I thank University of Rajasthan and I also thank NCT for giving me this opportunity to share my opinion with all the August gathering which is here. And I'm really, really very thankful to Rishabh for giving such a beautiful, very concise, very precise backdrop of this document, which is under scrutiny today. I'm not saying understudy, but because it's an open house discussion and all the people who have joined today's gathering, almost all of us are now aware of what this document says. 4 levels have been prescribed. NP says that education will now be having a foundational level, a preparatory level, a middle level, and a secondary level. So 4 levels are there. And for each of this level, 4 stages have been spelled out. Beginner teacher, proficient teacher, expert teacher, and lead teacher. So I thought the topic which was given to me for discussion today, not for discussion, rather for just voicing my concern, was a roadmap for implementation of national professional standards for teachers. And maybe along with it, the roadmap for implementation of NP on which we all are working as teacher educators, as teachers, as administrators. All of us are now really geared up to launch it and launch it in a very successful manner. So if 4 levels are there, 4 stages are there, I thought, why not let me also identify 4 areas of concern, because we are talking about in-service teachers training, we are talking about pre-service teachers training, we are talking about having international standards in our teachers for the coming decades, for the 21st century, for building up skills and competencies in them. So I'll be focusing very quickly, I'll be focusing on four areas of concern, which I think are right now very prominent in my mind, because I also happen to be a member of a team which is designing a curriculum for 1-year B.Ed. So as an advisor for NCT, so we are working in that area also. The very first area which comes into my mind, which I want to bring in forefront before all of you, that is the input which we are thinking of. The people, the admission process through which the teacher education, those who aspire to become teachers, those trainee teachers will enter. So how are we going to, and what are we going to do to guide them in choosing which level they should go for, whether they should go in for to prepare themselves for preparatory level or beginners level or middle level or senior secondary level, because we have got students who are not very academically or professionally mature or inclined to decide for themselves. They will have to choose, like for MBBS students, they choose their specialization and then they cannot go back. If you are becoming a cardiologist, you cannot become a gastro surgeon because your choice is limited. You may become an ophthalmologist, then you cannot become a specialist of another field. Likewise, those who get into BTech, engineering colleges, if you take up the stream of civil engineering, then you cannot become a chemical engineer. So if we are visualizing teacher preparation as a very highly specialized, a very highly skilled and competency filled program, which is level specific. And again, repeating, the by level, I refer to the foundational level or the preparatory level or the middle or the secondary level. So if we are going to have a teacher education program which is going to assign a level to a person at the time of entry into it, and then that person will have to really put in lots of effort, lots of insight, lots of real time bound effort to become to change from a beginner teacher to a lead teacher. So if that is going to happen, this is naturally going to take lots of time and energy, and that to sustain that enthusiasm. The second area of concern which I feel is the salary or the job prospects. Entrants who enter into this profession, they come into it because there are number of opportunities available. So the number of vacancies which turn up more are in the primary sector, because of universalization of primary education, because we have got, it's like a pyramid. We have got lots of more schools providing primary education, and then as we move upwards, higher up in the studies, we have got lesser number of schools. So the lesser number of vacancies are advertised for senior sections, more vacancies, more people retire, and more vacancies are advertised for the primary levels. And now we are going to have pre-primary also. The Anganwadi and the pre-primary sector will also merge into the very first level of our schooling. So that will be one area of concern, because this will determine the choice of entry into a level. Another thing is we have got a system where maybe because less time is devoted at primary level, and teachers who become secondary school teachers, they have to devote more time. So the salary structure is also different. The level, the pay band, the pay salary for primary school teacher is less. For middle school, for TGT, it is slightly more. And those who enter as lecturers for secondary level, class 10th, 11th, 12th, they fetch a higher pay packet. So that also becomes an attraction for the teachers. So they would like to move upwards. They would like to move quickly. Once they are qualified, if they are a graduate, a trained graduate teacher, a primary teacher would like to jump up to a trained graduate teacher level not because that person is tuned to handle primary level students. The teacher may have skills and competencies which are absolutely suitable for pre-primary levels children. The teacher may have all the qualities fit and suitable for small kids, but he or she would like to jump up because there is a higher pay packet. So maybe one point of concern would be to bring this salary structure at par. At par, not the performance appraisal report of NCTE, but equal to, somewhat equal in form of pay band or salary structure. This is the second concern on which I would like the participants also today to deliberate, because we have to see to the number of vacancies available due to employment problem. Many of my research scholars, those who have completed their junior research fellowship, senior research fellowship, they have completed their PhDs. And now, because they are not getting opportunity to enter into higher education, they opt for school education. And at school level also, some of them are at primary school, they are employed at primary schools, some are in the secondary schools or in the middle schools. Then the third concern, which I'm still keeping my fingers crossed, is the mentorship. Much is being talked about it, that in school, the senior teachers will be the mentors for the novice teachers or the fresh teachers who will enter into the profession. We have got a number of government schools, but we have got numerous schools which are private schools. So will it be feasible? Will it be practically possible to have senior teachers provide mentorship to the junior ones? Because this was one scheme which was implemented in IGNOU. When IGNOU was having, I believe they still have in-service teacher education program, B.Ed in service, 2 years B.Ed in service. And those teachers, the untrained teachers, had to choose a mentor, a senior teacher of their school, and they needed many certifications by their mentors. And I was taking care of the IGNOU Study Center at Lucknow University. So it was for more than 10 years I was associated with the center. So the senior teachers of primary of these schools, they always said, we have got our own workload. We don't have time to sit and become teacher educators for these new teachers. So when they bring their lesson plans, we just blindly sign them. When they bring their evaluation sheets, because they are our colleagues, our junior colleagues, we give them very high scores on evaluation sheets. And because really we don't have time. Nearly 36 classes or hours per week is the time load for secondary teachers. So they also have their limitations. Will our system provide enough time and opportunities and infrastructural support to our senior teachers, already employed senior teachers, to really meaningfully become or take up the role of mentorship for the new teachers? This is one concern about which I have my apprehensions. The fourth thing is about the stagnation, the wastage in schools. Majority of my students, I enjoy talking to my old students, and I've been in this profession for more than 25 years. I've been a teacher educator. So whenever I talk to my very old students, I find out that a large majority of the students did their B.Ed, but did not enter into teaching profession. A few of them did their B.Eds, especially girls. They got married, and after marriage, after family, they entered into the profession very late. Or maybe because of the lack of opportunities, because less vacancies came up in their own hometown. So they entered into the profession very late. So they complete their teacher's training, but they enter into the profession after a gap. And that gap again becomes very alarming for we teacher educators, because we are wanting very skilled, very competent teachers to enter into the profession, but a person who does their teacher's training and then sits at home or does some other piece of work later in some other field and then re-enters as a teacher after a gap will have their because they are achievement oriented. Most of the times the students don't practice what they have learned in the teacher education institutes. They just wait for the job to enter into the field. Once they enter into the schools, they look at their principals or the administrators and the practices or the patterns which are followed in the school. They adopt to those practices and patterns. And most of the times when we go to supervise our practice teaching students in the practice teaching schools, the principals and the teachers, they say, you have come to waste our time. Your method of pedagogical inputs, the lesson plans and the implementation of those lesson plans becomes a very time wasting effort for us because it takes lots of time and the course cannot be completed using B.Ed method. So they revert back to the method of reading from the textbook, explaining from the textbook, and then finishing off the exercises which are given at the end of each lesson, whether it is science, whether it is social sciences, whether it is languages, the pedagogical inputs remain the same. So this again, the acceptance of old teachers, the acceptance of school administrators, of these standards, of these practices, of these upgradation activities which we will be implementing, which we will be advocating. This also needs care, and this is also a major concern from my end. Many students also go in for, we have a new term nowadays, I've read recently, the shadow education. The formal education which is given in the schools is, it has a shadow, the coaching institutes. Quota is full of coaching institutes where children after class 8th or after class 10th or maybe after class 9th, they go to the quota in Rajasthan, and there they enter into a coaching institute which prepares them for entry into NEET or into this IITs. And besides getting the coaching for entry into any professional educational institute, they also help in studying a CBSE based class 10th, 11th and 12th syllabus. So the shadow education, which is working at par with the formal education, the school education, the formal sectorized education, we have to look into that area also. The home tutors are also there, the trained teachers who do not get a job or who do not want to take up a job due to some reason, they become the home tutors because tuitions are provided to many students, and we cannot put a blindfold on our eyes and say, no, this is a wrong practice, this should be abolished, and this is immoral practice. It is required in many families where there are first generation learners. So the add-on to the additional support, academic support, which is provided by tutors, which is provided by coaching centers, that is also there. So maybe the stagnation and the wastage can be minimized, and the re-entry also needs to be looked upon, and some standards may be framed or some practices may be preached in this document where these branching of formal education is taken care of. Besides these 4 areas of concern, the other concern is about evaluation. We are talking about different domains. We are talking about different competencies, values, ethics. Values are caught, not taught. So building up, developing values in the teachers, the professional values, the ethical, moral values in the teachers, and then evaluating them. How do we do it? I think a lot of research and maybe a lot of PhD level researchers or PG dissertation level researchers are immediately required to built up tools to evaluate these areas, which are very qualitative and very subjective in nature. And these areas also need to be researched on. Some pilot studies are also required immediately from maybe this academic session onwards, so that we can have very effective tools to measure these attributes, these personal and these professional attributes, and also to get a very real objective feedback on the attributes which are to be measured, which are very, very personalized, very individualized attributes. So these four, five areas of concern I wanted to bring forth in today's deliberations, because we have got a number of panelists here today. First technical session, and then the second technical session is also post lunch technical session is also there. So all the learned members would be deliberating upon issues related to national professional standards. And if we can think not only on the ideological aspect, but also on the practical implementation aspect of these professional standards, and how are we going to implement them, how are we going to measure them, then I think today's workshop, today's open house discussion forum would be a very successful one. I congratulate University of Rajasthan, and I also pay my thanks to NCT for bringing up this document, and for doing it at a very fast pace. Last year, we got to know that NPE 2020 has been implemented, and within this a short span of 8 to 9 months, this document, a very beautifully compiled, very concise document has come up. And this document very fruitfully, it has been laid in the social public forum, inviting opinions, inviting comments on it. And I'm sure these open house discussions, which NCT plans to hold all over India within few months, a couple of months, these will be very helpful in giving a final shape to the policy document, to the draft document, which is under discussion today. My very best to both the host today, the co-host, University of Rajasthan and NCT. I wanted to express my opinion on more issues, but by chance today, my Vice Chancellor is out of town, so I am officiating his role also. And I'm getting frantic calls from the VC office, and this was unforeseen. I had no idea that I would be required there. Today, I had kept myself free for this discussion forum, but maybe I'll request all of you to excuse me. And once I complete my obligations, my professional obligations in an hour or so, I'll again rejoin. I'll move to my office, my education department. I'll rejoin, and I would love to act as a participant, not as a keynote speaker, but as a participant in the deliberations which will be held till evening today. All the very best to all the organizers, all the participants, and all the audience who have joined today. Thank you so much.
Now I hand over the Deputy Station 1 to Dr. Kashi Bhatia, Assistant Professor at the University, to present the reflection of Technical Station 1. Dr. Kashi.
Afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Mic on.
Now can you hear me?
Good afternoon, everyone. I would just like to present a brief summary of the key points raised by the very diverse cast of presenters that we have today. First, we have Professor Panchanathan talk about the the importance of professional standards, especially for teachers who have such a large impact on society. I think the one key point that I would like to draw attention to or remind you all about from his talk was his centering of the needs of the learner in the preparation model. So one thing he said was that for a good teacher, every class is a new class. So he has reminded us all to have a mindset where we are ready to adapt to the needs of the various students in the different editions and revisions of even the same class. And our second speaker, we have Mr. Rishabh Khanna, who took us through the various details of the draft document for the National Professional Standards for Teachers. And he drew attention to one more driving principle there, which is that all teachers deserve growth, all teachers deserve support, whether it comes to education and training, whether it comes to practical teaching, and even for career progression. So in this way, he gave us an overview of the mentorship model that is being developed under NPST and how that can translate to real-world cases like of PC and Mr. Minto that we talked about at the end. The third speaker in this technical session was Professor Rita Trivedi, and she drew our attention to the challenges on the implementation side and the concerns that need to be paid attention to for effective implementation of these goals that have been articulated. So, for instance, she talked about issues related to which level of work in terms of primary to secondary or teacher might select, how that might be impacted by external factors related to the salaries and the workload and the time investment needed. She also drew attention to the particular points where mentorship details will need to be worked out. For instance, across government and private schools, and how that can be done by taking into account the existing beliefs and practices of the establishment and the more senior teachers in the field as well. And finally, she drew our attention to the fact that we don't just need to think about schools when we are thinking about training our teachers, because many of these trained teachers will go on to adopt different roles in the shadow institutes, in coaching centers, in home institutions, in evaluation roles. And we need to really have a holistic understanding of both the path forward and the concerns that need to be discussed further, probably in the later sessions for today. So, to conclude, I would like to extend my deep gratitude to all speakers of Technical Session 1 on behalf of the Department of Education at the Central University of Rajasthan. This open house discussion, this first session towards National Professional Standards for Teachers was, it went off beautifully with your thought-provoking and insightful presentations, which I am sure will be useful for all stakeholders even as we progress further into the day. I also thank all dignitaries, guests, teachers, scholars, and students who have joined us today for this program, both in online mode and offline mode. Thank you all for your time, support, and active participation so far. With this, we conclude the first technical session of the day, and we will break for about 30 minutes for lunch, and we'll resume in half an hour from now. For those present in the auditorium, if you proceed from the left of the room, that's where we'll be serving lunch. Thank you so much.
background of the children. Because NP 2020 talks about multilingualism and the power of language. And the language of children is very significant, and unless and until our teachers know the language of the children at the foundational stage, they will not be able to do justice. I have every respect for other things in this document, but one thing again I wonder that despite all these professional ethics, all these knowledge, all these things which are expected from a teacher, this is good for promotion, for salary increase, all things are necessary. Teachers are accountable, they must be assessed. But in order to implement it, in order to create a conducive atmosphere for a teacher, this document, perhaps so far as I have read, does not talk about the obligations of management and administrators. Teachers are accountable, it's okay, I do agree. But how can a teacher work without any interruption, without any hindrance, without any problem? It is also necessary to look into that part. And it is necessary to ensure a very conducive atmosphere, a kind of space, kind of infrastructure, kind of facility that a school requires. Unless and until we see both the parts, duties and rights, of course, teacher is expected that he must be morally good, he must be qualified in knowledge, he must be expert in his profession, but at the same time, it will be our duty of the society and the management and the government to ensure a very cordial atmosphere for working in the school and the institutions. It is necessary. And I believe that a teacher is an ignited mind at the point of entry in the equipment. We must be very careful about the entry of those people who really have the passion for teaching. Because a teacher must be a thinking teacher. Now we are living in 21st century. And when you draw a sketch of a good teacher, effective teacher in your mind, all of you have been taught by so many teachers during your career, but you remember only a few teachers. Why? It is because you know that those teachers were good communicators. They had command over the content. They were committed. They were dedicated. These are the things which are required from a teacher. So we must be very careful that not every Tom, Dick and Harry should come into the teaching profession. This is not the cup of tea for everyone. A teacher must have the passion, because normally a teacher can do justice only when he is a good learner. If you want to be a good teacher, remain a good student, remain a good learner. The moment you cease to be a student, you cease to be a teacher. So if this passion of reading, this passion of learning is there in the individual or personality of a teacher, we can't qualify to be a teacher. And I'm happy that this document talks about everlasting learning, because learning is a lifelong process. So a teacher can survive only when he knows how to communicate, when he knows or she knows how to use technology judiciously. Now, this is not an age of information. This is an age of technology. This is an age of thinking. Every day, things are changing very fast. So, these are the things that I wanted to share with you, and I believe that I may get some of the questions, then I will again be ready for that. So I got this opportunity. I am very thankful to all of you for patiently listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I think you beautifully highlighted the fact that teachers who love teaching teach children who love learning. So I think that was wonderful, and it totally is a strong will all of us. Thank you, sir. I will now request Professor Rita Arora, a former professor, University of Rajasthan, to address that. Ma'am. Thank you. मैं एक दूसरे पर्सपेक्टिव से शिक्षकों के लिए जो व्यावसायिक मानक तैयार किए गए उसके बारे में अभी प्रोफेसर यादव ने एक दूसरे प्रिज्म से देखा. I am looking at these professional standards from a different prism, and my prism is through experiences. I am not taking any theory in my mind. In the morning session, Professor Gupta was talking from the University of Lucknow. She was talking about the kind of teaching practice, the kind of professional practice, professional growth, and professional knowledge we are seeking in the teacher training world. I am looking at that, and when I talk and I have conversations with the different stakeholders, विभिन्न हितधारकों के साथ, विभिन्न पढ़धारियों के साथ जब बात होती है, तो एक पढ़धारी मॉर्निंग में शायद ये बात हो रही थी कि when we were becoming teachers, or when I talk to my younger generation, females and males, there are very limited opportunities for teachers, and most of their parents are saying, don't move into this profession because you will not get good perks, you will not get emolument and salaries, and there is no scope of say, career growth. Many of us are very much dissatisfied when we look at these things. But we forget to look what are we delivering to the society. That is why society is looking at us, and they are not giving us esteem. And that is why I suffer from low self-esteem. So what is it that makes me look at myself through a prism of esteem? मेरा स्व सम्मान क्यों कम हुआ? समाज के अन्य कर्मधारियों ने मुझे मेरे स्व सम्मान को क्यों कम किया? शायद हम भूल गए कि जो एक कॉम्पिटेंट टीचर होता था, जिसके बारे में अभी प्रोफेसर यादव ने भी कहा, unless and until I don't have good communication skills, I don't know how to manage my classroom, people will not give me respect, and even in my eyes, I will not give myself respect. So what is it that makes me respectful in the eyes of the society and in my own eyes? And that is because when I go to classroom, I find that the fund of knowledge which I am having, the content competence is very poor with me. My students know more than me. I don't try to gain the newest of knowledge. जो लेटेस्ट नॉलेज है उसको सीख करने में, उसको एक्वायर करने में, उसके बारे में जो संसाधन है, the kind of resources we are expected to go through, उन रिसोर्सेज के बारे में, उन संसाधनों के बारे में मेरे पास जानकारी ही नहीं है. So the first part which I see, जब हम स्टैंडर्ड्स की बात कर रहे हैं, तो हमें बहुत क्लियरली लेट डाउन होना चाहिए कि what are the competencies which are required to be a competent, to be a effective and successful teacher. वो कंटेंट क्या था? एंड दूसरी बात आप कहेंगे कि पिछले 40 साल से when I became a teacher, तो 40 साल पहले भी मुझसे मेरे टीचर्स ने यही कहा था, आपको कंटेंट को तो मास्टरी करनी पड़ेगी, कंटेंट में यदि प्रवणता नहीं है तो you just can't enter in the class, you just can't stand there. So everybody is getting master's degree, and through master's degree we are acquiring knowledge. And what is wrong with it? Somewhere down the line, जो knowledge
वर्तमान में 21वीं शताब्दी में जो इंफॉर्मेशन और कम्युनिकेशन टेक्नोलॉजी दी गई है, यदि वही का वही नॉलेज, उसी इंफॉर्मेशन को, उन फैक्ट्स को मुझे क्लासरूम में कम्युनिकेट करना है, ट्रांसफर करना है, तो student will not come in my classroom, he will not take his test, I will not be able to engage him or her meaningfully. So the problem and the competency which is required for the teachers, for the prospective teachers and the teachers who are already in the field is that they should acquire content competencies, and what lies under content competencies that needs to be specified. Then only the teacher educators and the self-financing colleges will work on that. And the other competency which we people talk most of the time is pedagogical competencies, and every teacher training college, every teacher education college is working on that. We are providing different modules and different approaches to teaching and learning, and how to make the learning environment congenial, and how to draw the attention, how to draw the concentration of the students, and how to develop the thinking skills. Most of the times we, through our pedagogy, we are not taking care of the new pedagogy. So I think in that draft there should be a mention of the pedagogical competencies which are required in the 24th library for the prospective teachers and the teachers who are already working in the field. And the third domain of competencies I find totally missing in the teacher education program. जब तक हमारा टीचर एजुकेशन प्रोग्राम बहुत सुदृढ़ नहीं होगा, बहुत रिगरस नहीं होगा, तो स्टेक होल्डर्स will put a question on us. We will also put questions on ourselves. So, in order to be accountable to the society, to gain respect from the society, and if we want to contribute in the progress of the society, to want क्यों ऐसा हुआ पिछले सालों में? Every time we are looking at Australian universities. We are looking at European universities. Whenever in the university people are talking, people say, the applicant say, why don't you compare your syllabi? Why don't you compare your curriculum with the foreign university? Why don't you go to Harvard School of Education? Now I say, where is the need? Then they say, people say, eminent education. Put a question to me. See, ma'am, when you want to compete globally, then why are you hesitating to compare your curriculum, your syllabus with the prestigious universities? Why should you compare with? Why don't the universities of North India and South India compare to the best universities of India? Then only we will come to know where are we lacking. So, when I was going through this professional teachers this framework, and I saw the 7 elements, I worked on that, and then I realized that for professional knowledge, for professional expertise, for professional growth, we need to master some competencies, we need to gain some competencies which are related to technological field. The technical competencies are totally lacking in my generation and the generation which is coming in this profession. They are gaining pedagogical competencies, they are acquiring content competencies. I would like to put 5 to 6 questions so that you may have an idea what kind of technological competencies I am talking about. Do I prepare my lectures with the help of Microsoft Word? Teaching and learning are stored in my pen drive for future reference. PPT has been used. Most of the teachers are making use of PPT. But do I make use of PPT to prepare slides and then during lecture? Then scanner can be used for scanning important printed documents and manuscripts for teaching. Am I doing that? Micromedia Flash software for creating animations. Two people will go through the syllabus, curriculum, you will find that nowhere we have given answers to these types of questions. Rare sound and famous speeches. Have I ever displayed rare sound and famous speeches during my lecture with iPad? Video clippings to catch the attention of my students. digital display boards for latest importance, word art options in MS Word software. Do I do assignments with the help of websites? क्या असाइनमेंट करेक्शन जब मेरे पास ड्यूरिंग दिस कोविड टाइम में जब ई असाइनमेंट मेरे पास आए, हैव आई एवर यूज्ड कलर पेंसिल से क्या मैंने उसको करेक्ट करने की कोशिश की? मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम आई फाइंड दैट माय कलीग्स एंड इवन माय सेल्फ आई मेक करेक्शंस एंड आई डू द करेक्शन मैनुअली कर रही हूँ, उसको मैं कलर टेक्स्ट से करके या मैं अपना रिसर्च का जब काम देखती हूँ तो क्या मैंने कभी तक करेक्शन करा तो मैंने उसको हाईलाइट किया कि ये डार्क में जो रंग मैंने इसको कलर किया है दैट नीड्स टू बी चेंज। और जब मैंने आपके वापस से डॉक्यूमेंट रिसर्च का मंगाया तो क्या मैंने कभी आपसे कहा कि पहले का करेक्शन क्या था, अब जब आपने करेक्शन किया तो आपने कैसे किया? So that the evaluator, so that the supervisor comes to know that these were the previous draft and the final draft or the corrected draft is this one, so that the supervisor comes to know what is happening. These are the time that here. So I think, do I use F5 key? आप सब लोग यूज करते हैं अपने सिस्टम को बैठ के। क्या मैं जो प्रेजेंटेशन कर रही हूँ प्रेजेंटेशन के बीच में मैंने F5 की का क्या प्रयोग किया? क्या मैंने Amazon Kindle e-book के अंदर मैंने पढ़ा उसको और मैंने अपने रीडर से भी कहा, मैंने अपने स्टूडेंट से भी कहा कि मुझे तो what I want to say is I do need to master some technological competencies as well as content competencies and pedagogical ones. Now, give me one more minute. मैं टाइम को पास कर चुकी हूँ। क्या होता है कि एक 3 सर्कल्स हमने अलग बना दिए। आप कहते हैं मुझे ये कंटेंट कॉम्पिटेंसी डालनी है, द अदर पर्सन से मुझे ये पेडागॉजिकल कॉम्पिटेंसी डालनी है, द थर्ड पर्सन से कि मुझे तो टेक्नोलॉजी की कॉम्पिटेंसी आती है। ये भी जब मैं क्लासरूम के अंदर जाती हूँ तो मुझे कंटेंट को अंदर मर्ज करना पड़ेगा। इस कंटेंट को हैंडल करने के लिए मुझे किस तरीके की टेक्नोलॉजी का कब और कैसे यूज करना है, इस कंटेंट के साथ मैं कैसे प्ले करूँ, इस कंटेंट के साथ कौन सी पेडागॉजी को प्ले करूँ, कौन सी टेक्नोलॉजी को प्ले करूँ, क्योंकि ये कॉम्पिटेंसीज बहुत अच्छी तरह से डिफाइंड है और टीचर ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम के अंदर उनको कहीं स्थान दिया गया है और मुझे ये मालूम है कि दिस इज एक्सपेक्टेड फ्रॉम मी, then I would like to use those competencies, acquire those competencies and use them in professional practice में जब हम उसको लाएंगे तो I will give people may raise questions to me। क्या मुझे ऐसे लगेगा कि एक बार मैंने किसी एक young lady से कहा कि why don't you enter in this profession? She said कि your profession is so monotonous, so long. Until I found it so interesting। रोजाना कक्षा के अंदर तो मुझे I meet every day there is a new situation, every day there is a new content। तो ये तो बड़ा चैलेंजिंग है, तो उसके साथ चैलेंजिंग कुछ नहीं है। Why are people saying all this? Because क्लासरूम के अंदर शायद उनको जब टीचिंग लर्निंग का वो पार्ट कर रहे होंगे तो उनके सामने वो मोनोटनी आई होगी। In order to break that monotony, in order to engage them meaningfully, सपोर्टिंग करने के लिए, इन सब करने के लिए मुझे लगता है कि ये जो हमने मानक तय किए हैं और जिसका जिक्र एनईपी के अंदर एक पैराग्राफ में 5.2 के अंदर आया है और उन्होंने कहा कि हमें ये कॉम्पिटेंसीज के बारे में सोचना चाहिए, तो शायद इस ड्राफ्ट के अंदर हम निकाल कर ला देंगे। तो each and every prospective teacher, each and every teacher and other stakeholders will be very clear what is expected from them, what the teacher is delivering, और उनके बेसिस पर शायद हमें कहीं कह पाएंगे कि ये इलेक्टिव टीचर है, प्रवण अध्यापक है, या ये अध्यापक की अभी प्रोफेशनल ग्रोथ हुई है। आपको बहुत थैंक्स अ लॉट फॉर गिविंग मी अ पेशेंट हियरिंग and I congratulate Central University of Rajasthan. They have taken this initiative और हम सब लोगों के साथ बातचीत करने में एक फोरम हमने प्रदान किया। शायद उसमें बहुत अच्छा काम तैयार किया गया है, लेकिन अभी कुछ क्वेश्चन मेरे साथी और रेज करेंगे तो देयर scope to add those things further to make this document more strenuous, more rigorous and एक रोड मैप हम सबको लिए तैयार हो पाएगा और टीचर एजुकेशन के लिए लोगों को कुछ पार्ट नजर आएगा, ये हमें तैयार करेगा। थैंक्स अ लॉट।
And again, congratulations to the committee. Thank you, University of Rajasthan, Department of Education for inviting me. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. धन्यवाद. आपने बहुत अच्छे बताया कि हमारे समाज की बात Thank you so much. Now I would like to request Professor S.P. Fonda, head of the Department of Biochemistry, Central University of Rajasthan, to give his reflection on education.
Very bright for continuing to Rajasthan. To be part of the policy making, while the draft is being here for NSS, National Professional Testing Policy for Teachers, right? By the National Professional. In line with the document, National Education Policy 2023, it speaks about it. So, okay, after 100 years, India started thinking that can we be on par with international standards for teachers to be teachers. It means we didn't have any all the status quo of their industrial education that's been practiced for the last 100 years, post-colonial or during colonial transmission of educational policies. I've never been a student or teacher of education per se. Well, I have been practicing for the last 26 years basic science in the field of biochemistry, molecular biology, genomics, functional genomics, which are pretty cutting edge, and all the years you must be all listening that Nobel Prize for safety is given to professors of biochemistry, genomics, genetics, like that. But very interestingly, I have been a student of education or educational philosophy. I love to be. In fact, I thank my, my background, my parents who used to be a professor of English. So we've been talking about the value of education, philosophy, science, all that. It's a green scenario that by 2020 we could realize that we should have a national professional standard for teachers, which the teachers were not up to the mark possible. If we look at 2,500 years back history of our country, teachers were inherently in Hindu philosophy or Hindu-Eastern philosophy. Teachers are inherently put in on top of the ladder or the pyramid, where they are supposed to have great standards, great ethics, great competence, and they are the great mentors. They are mentoring the king, the society, the citizens, students, who are the future generation. Now I come back to 2020, where the teacher stands to be talking about the schools. So all these things what you hear, if you look at the great educational philosophers of British origin, Professor Rajasthan, our schools have become death valleys of education. And all the time we have been trying to push for the last 20 years or 10 years, being fascinated by the Western education, that we should be looking for creativity. Well, the whole idea of education is basically translated in the form of language. And creativity, confidence, ethics, mentorship, all that, if you look at the draft, which is moving rounds and rounds before it gets finalized, is basically talking about that. And again, I do not want to basically contradict what the draft has been done, but draft looks pretty rigid. When you talk about bringing out the best of the students, which you are not able to do basically, because it's a damn rat race that's going on in this country, to be somewhere at the, which I personally disagree, that the very essence of education is character building, which I do not see at all. Very unfortunate. And also, when we talk about the professional testing as well, I don't know, coincidentally or with my hard work, I am among the world top 2% scientists for the last 2 years as per the Stanford University's analysis. We are able to make scientists, we are able to make engineers, lawyers, doctors, but we are not able to actually educate. So hence, it is often felt by the so-called policy makers that can we really educate by educating our teachers? So we prepare some 1, 2, 3, 4 foundation to lead expert teachers, some guidelines and competencies, pre-job and post-job in service level. So all these were not existing. What a big loss. It's 75 years of independence. This was not existing, right? So if it is existing, what is out of box in the structure? The very essence on which you may have modalities, you may have a lot of ingredients taken from X or Y resources. But we need to come out beyond the information. We need to come out of the situation of marking up or following. Indians used to be the best followers. I have been in abroad for 6 years approximately, at least in 43 countries. For many years actually in US and in Japan. Well, Japanese education system. American education system, I don't want to comment, but the Finnish education system is the best. So as for the education. One good thing what the policy or draft is talking about, upskilling the but one most important thing which we should talk about, that can we uplift the teachers' position in the society which deserves and has been deserving. It has been really been followed by the society which had all finished. With the help of the teachers, the help of the students, all the stakeholders, and with the help of the policy makers who often really realize that it is the teacher who sets the society or the country or the nations. Unless otherwise we do that, unless otherwise we inculcate, we formulate that kind of feeling, upstream or the downstream, and develop such characters among the teachers who have the passion to be teachers so that they can make great students. It's all we have been learning from each other, which we are basically speaking again and again in the form of some policies. But I again congratulate that a policy which in the line of international standards like the best educational school teaching or professional testing facilities being developed by the Australian institution. It's not bad that we develop such standards for this country, but we also need to bring in the growth, the values, the culture which this country is having, which is unique as compared to all other civilizations, being one of the oldest civilizations, and bring in those values among the teachers who are going to translate it to their students. We have been looking only at the students, but of late the eye is on the teachers, and whatever modalities you develop, unless you put those ingredients in the teacher, that for what he deserves to be a teacher, and for what he shall not be denied to be a teacher by the society which keeps him in the top. Unless we look into those things, policies will remain failures. So with these notes or these reflections, I will invite questions from the audiences at large who are connected online, so that we can have further intellectual debate on developing professional standards for the teachers, which would be beyond mathematical numbers, but which would go into the pulses of the aspirants who are looking for teaching at this level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the reflective reflection session. Indeed, the capacity to learn is a gift, the ability to learn is a skill, the willingness to learn is a choice. Highlighted beautifully by you, sir. Now, I would like to request Professor R.H. Parekh, RIE, NCERT, Ajmer, Rajasthan, he address the audience.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all those who are attending this program face-to-face or virtually at Central University of Rajasthan, Jaipur. And congratulations to Department of Education for organizing such wonderful program. I also congratulate to Dr. Kanti Sharma Madam and her team and NCT for this particular program. I am very happy that an opportunity has been given to me to speak few lines on this NPST document. One of the biggest concerns of educators across the world, and especially in India, is making the present generation learner future ready. As we know, India is relatively young as a nation, with around 28 million youth population being added every year. However, India's high youth population would not be helped to the economy if universalization education is not achieved all over the country. Although the document NPST clearly indicates the 4 career stages, in this standard provides benchmark to recognize the professional growth of teachers throughout the career. The descriptors across the 4 career stages represent increasing level of knowledge, practice, and professional engagement for teachers. Progression to stages described a growing understanding applied with increasing sophistication across a broader and more complex range of situations. The document also emphasizes that an opportunity to teacher to restructure the lesson plan to read each of both the difficulty levels of the students and trying to understand what students have learned from the content that was taught. So we have to move away from rote memorization to hand-on activities, skills that will help students look beyond and thereby transcending into any reality. I think together we will be able to do it, but I do feel that it is a futuristic document and that will have to move mountain in the first few years to make the implementation happen. A quality of education for all students will be achieved only when teachers have access to effective professional development, which is incorporated into instructional practices. But the main problem in the country like India that now we are facing that all the pedagogical innovations are fit to improve the quality of urban education, while the rural learner and their education remain largely neglected. With 65% of the population residing in rural India, education that truly deserves much more attention, especially when it is plugged with so many problems like death of teachers, teacher absenteeism, poor maintenance of the quality of teacher. Moreover, non-teaching duties like election, invigilation often keep teachers away from the schools. Furthermore, teachers often have to report for duties far away from their homes. With an inadequate transport system in rural India, the distance only adds to their moves and often results in absenteeism. These aspects may impact to maintain the standard prescribed for teachers. Hence, proper attention may be given to overcome such issues. Performance trends reveal that urban learners always secure better grades than rural counterparts. As some illustration indicates, it is not caliber that affect their performance, but the resources and the opportunity available at rural level. There are truly passionate teachers out there to make a difference. However, sometimes a poor remuneration and inadequate training are discouraging. So NPST must have option for the same to incorporate appropriate freedom for the same. National professional standard for teachers may include such as plan for implement effective teaching and learning, create, maintain supportive and safe learning environment, assess, provide feedback and report on the student learning. So NPST document tells that how teacher ought to have solving skills in learners is able to generate curiosity and in equityness have the patience to provide. Most importantly, we have to understand that we have to create inclusive classroom practices of differentiated classrooms is something that we all will have to understand because no student life and that we have to customize learning so that we are bringing up the student in mainstream. In the document, provision have been made for teachers have an effective teaching strategy and use them to implement well-designing teaching programs and lessons. But this should also be included as there should be regularly go through suitable, appropriate evaluative process in all aspects of their teaching practices to ensure they are meeting the learning needs of their students. Means one kind of report card may be generated based on reflective practices. There should be provision may be included Customized provision should be there for annual academic contribution report, and that should be implicated for all the teachers. I feel that we need a profile updating of teachers, so that whenever teacher gets anything to his or her biodata, and regular feedback from the students, that will also help in improving their professional requirement, proficiency in pedagogy. Today, we are in 21st century, so ICT knowledge for that teacher at beginning level is very much essential. That is a knowledge of ICT to include in the pedagogy, and regular feedback from the stakeholder is essential for assessing the professional requirement of a teacher. And regular feedback is not from only the mentor, from students also, so that we can improve our teaching learning process in the regular classrooms. Rural schools are often viewed from a negative perspective. Their geographical isolation, small size, socio-economic compositions are believed to increase the chances of suffering from inadequate infrastructure, a lack of quality teachers, and limited educational offering, among other challenges. So the NPST document should have a provision to rectify such issues, which should be contextualized at particular level. I feel that Teachers Education Training Institute should be the role of train the teacher. Apart from the normal activity going in the institution, there must be creation of digital content to ensure learning in the effective and psychomotor domain to the maximum extent use of existing digital content. Teachers should train on the online assessment method in an effective manner, preventing unethical practices and innovation through online digital content creation to fulfill partially the laboratory classes and classes for performing arts also that teacher does. School leaders in general have to fulfill a wide range of tasks and responsibilities. And this is also the case in rural schools. Rural principals take on a diversity of roles, from classroom teaching, sometimes across multiple grades, to leading instruction and assessment in many subject areas, fulfilling increasing central accountability, reporting requirements, developing strong relations with close-knit communities. So, suggestive input may be provided to include these issues in NPST. Rural principals may have less administrative support in their responsibility than their urban counterparts and receive less external supervision and feedback from educational authorities. In some cases, rural principals manage not only one but several schools or school sites, so suitable administrative input should be provided in NPST document. More contextualized documents should be reflect the differences between types of rurality. Remote rural schools are to be considered for betterment of this document. The state can implement a particular mechanism and evaluation of the learning outcome. About the teacher as evaluation of learning outcome is essential. And based on the learning outcome of a particular teacher, the feedback that teacher provision will be measured with 3D view of the teaching method based on learning outcome and recommendations. Scheduled training of the teacher provision should be made, may be organized, and should be kept in such a way so that the regular classes of the school remain unaffected. The importance may be given to promote efficiency on local language so that every instruction can be fruitful for students, and these may attract the more talented, dedicated students to the teaching profession, especially at foundational and preparatory level. There should be a provision of appropriate pay package and other facilities for all the teachers. When talking about the school and community, as said in NEP 2020, when talking about school and community relations, educational professionals have a crucial role in opening doors for collaboration and partnership between school and surrounding community. And provision should be made in NPST to build good relationship between the school and community. And parents of the pupil is very much dependent on social awareness and collaboration initiatives coming from teachers and head teachers. The document should have an opportunity for creating and maintaining a culture of belongingness and ownership, where teachers and parents work together to enhance the learning and development of the pupils as a challenge. Also, teachers who have worked a long time in a small school have a different support needs during different phases of their career. To sustain their professional commitment and ability to cope and promote school development, we work that the school becomes a social entrepreneur. Teachers' professional development and teaching is context bound. The circumstances in which the teacher's work affect not only his work experience, well-being and long-term endurance, but also the teaching. So it may be proposed that it is important to understand and the context in which teacher works. We need an ecological understanding of the teaching process in the rural schools. Multiple viable online options exist for teachers to support teacher professional development and student learning in rural schools. Virtual learning, blended learning, and virtual professional networks may be created for online support to upgrade and working efficient teachers may utilize these virtual networks to seek professional advice, collaborate with a wider professional community, engage with fellow educators from the same or different stages. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. That was indeed very, very reflective and highlighted by you. Quality education is the key to building a strong nation. Now, I would like to invite Professor Muzammil Hassan, RIE, NCERT, Ajmer, Rajasthan, for his discussion.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me thank to Central Rajasthan for organizing such a wonderful open house and being able to take part of this system. And you know that the national policy on education 2020 came over after a long time, 34 years, with Herculean effort of the government, with number of deliberations, number of deliberations which took place at district and regional and language, national level. So this policy covering almost all aspects of education, right from school to higher education and professional education. The national policy on education 2020 envisioned that the education system rooted in its goals that contributes directly to transforming India as Bharat. That is Bharat. Yes, that is Bharat by providing high quality education for all and thereby
making India a global knowledge superpower. This policy has given a central place to teachers. Why? Because this vision may be achieved only through acquiring best education system of the world in the country. If we are having best education in our country, then we need best teacher. And how these best teachers can be produced in the country only by actually developing certain standards for teachers that this government is talking about, national professional standard for teachers. So in this document, what we are trying to actually invite those skills in teacher which is very much necessary for a teacher at the grassroots level, like because the role of teacher is expanding right from the knowledge provided to transforming mentor and facilitator. एक टीचर का रोल जो है वो बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ गया है और बढ़ रहा है इस 21st सेंचुरी में। टीचर को अभी नॉलेज प्रोवाइडर से हट करके मेंटर फैसिलिटेटर के रूप में टीचर को काम करना है। इसके लिए जरूरी है कि टीचर को पेडागोजी की नॉलेज हो, टीचर को कंटेंट नॉलेज हो, टीचर को करिकुलम कंस्ट्रक्शन की नॉलेज हो, टीचर को स्टूडेंट्स लर्निंग what factors are affecting the students learning इसकी नॉलेज हो और टीचर को इंटीग्रेशन ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी विद टीचिंग इसकी नॉलेज, ये सारी चीजें टीचर को आना चाहिए। आज के टाइम में इस चीज की जरूरत है और जब हम इन चीजों को टीचर में विजुअलाइज करने की कोशिश करेंगे, इन्वाइट करने की कोशिश करेंगे तो टीचर की एक्सपेक्टेशन जिस सिस्टम से कुछ होगी। उसके लिए जरूरी यह है कि टीचर इस डॉक्यूमेंट में हमें अपनी जो प्री सर्विस ट्रेनिंग है, इन सर्विस ट्रेनिंग है, उसको किस तरह से डिजाइन किया जाए। बिकॉज इन दी नेशनल पॉलिसी 2020 we have actually made certain structural changes at the school education. Right from we have given 4 stages: foundational stage, preparatory stage, middle stage, and this secondary stage. these 4 stages टीचर की स्कूल लेवल पे अभी 4 स्टेजेस को किया गया है। इन स्टेजेस में टीचर को इस तरह की क्वालिफिकेशन के लिए फाउंडेशनल स्टेज में हमें टीचर को रिक्रूट करने के लिए किस तरह का करिकुलम पढ़ाना होगा। प्रिपरेटरी स्टेज में टीचर को रिक्रूट करने के लिए किस तरह के करिकुलम की जरूरत है। मिडिल स्टेज में रिक्रूट करने के लिए किस तरह के करिकुलम की जरूरत है। इस चीज को हमें ध्यान में रखना पड़ेगा। दूसरी, continuous professional development. When a teacher is being recruited at the initial stage, in the document we have been looking at 4 stages that 4 levels of upgradation are given: beginner teacher, proficient teacher, expert teacher and great teacher. उन हर लेवल में क्या-क्या कौन-कौन सी स्किल्स टीचर में रिक्वायर्ड है, इस पे भी सोचने की जरूरत है और ये इस डॉक्यूमेंट में क्लियरली आइडेंटिफाई किया जाना चाहिए। इसके साथ में टीचर्स को जो ये है इसका टीचर का जो करियर प्रोग्रेशन है उसको भी हमें ध्यान में रखना पड़ेगा, इंक्लूडिंग टीचर्स टेन्योर, टीचर को कितने साल के लिए रिक्रूट करना है, क्या उसका जो है किस पर्टिकुलर स्टेज में कितने टाइम के लिए एक टीचर रहेगा। बिगिनिंग स्टेज में इफ अ टीचर इज बीइंग एंटर्ड एट द बिगिनर स्टेज, for how long he will remain at that stage. और इसी तरह से अगर proficient stage में है तो for how long he will be there at that stage, how he will be proceeding from one stage to other stage, what kind of competency required in one particular stage, and how he may move from one stage to other. So this we need to think of. Thereafter, टीचर इवैल्यूएशन को भी हमें स्ट्रीमलाइन करना है। We need to streamline the teacher evaluation. How the performance evaluation of teachers will be done. What kind of assessment tools will be adopting while assessing the teacher. एक टीचर को हमें एसेस करने के लिए कितने टाइम में, कितने चरणों में उसको एसेस करना होगा। क्या उसका हमें एनुअल एसेसमेंट करना है, मंथली करना है, फोर्टनाइटली करना है, और किन किन स्किल्स को एसेस करना है, क्या चीजें उस एसेसमेंट में इंक्लूड करेंगे, ये चीजें भी हमें स्पेसिफाई करनी होगी। इसके अलावा हमें टीचर के सैलरी पैकेजेस और उसके पे को भी ध्यान में रखना है। टीचर को गवर्नमेंट बात करता है, टीचर्स को प्रमोशन सिर्फ मेरिट बेस पे दिया है, सीनियरिटी को अवॉइड किया है। इट इज गुड टू प्रमोट टीचर ऑन बेसिस मेरिट, नॉट ऑन सीनियरिटी, बट अगर टीचर को सीनियरिटी बेस पे प्रमोशन नहीं दिया जाता है तो एक टीचर कितने टाइम तक एक स्टेज में रहेंगे, अगर प्रमोट नहीं होता है तो गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से उसको क्या सुविधाएं दी जाएगी ताकि वो दूसरे कैरियर स्टेज में अपने एंटर कर सके। इस तरह का भी कुछ प्रोविजन हमें सोचने की जरूरत है इस डॉक्यूमेंट में, क्योंकि कई लोग ऐसे होते हैं, देयर आर नंबर ऑफ रीजंस कि उस वजह से लोग जो है आगे नहीं बढ़ पाते। कहीं अभी जो हमारी सर बात कर रहे थे, रिफ्लेक्शंस ऑफ facilities in the schools and teachers, depth of teachers in the country, कहीं पे ऐसा है कि टीचर की बहुत कमी है, वन टीचर स्कूल भी है, सिंगल टीचर स्कूल है इन मैनी स्टेट्स आर सी, और इस वजह से टीचर दूसरे कामों में बहुत ज्यादा बिजी रहते हैं, उसकी वजह से वो प्रॉपर ट्रेनिंग नहीं ले पाते, उनको कंटिन्यूअस नहीं हो पाता, क्योंकि सिंगल टीचर स्कूल है, दूसरे कामों में ज्यादा उनको लगाया गया है। तो इसी वजह से इन सब मुद्दों पे भी हमें सोचना है। जब इस डॉक्यूमेंट में हम सुझाव दें तो इस चीज पे भी हमें गौर करना है। एनपीएसटी टीचर्स के लिए हम बना रहे हैं, हमारे साथ में सिर्फ टीचर नहीं, क्योंकि इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन का मामला है, जबकि हमारे पास में स्पेशल स्कूल भी है, स्पेशल टीचर्स भी है। तो क्या सारे टीचर्स को जो ये एनपीएसटी बनेगा, दिस विल बी सेम फॉर ऑल टीचर्स, स्पेशल टीचर्स आल्सो विल बी included in it, or the same kind of standard of the norms and terms and conditions which we are adopting for general teacher will be applied on special teachers. We have to think into that. Apart from that, we have to think the diversified nature of the country, as India is a very vast country. We can say that India is a country of villages. Teachers are most of the teachers are being deployed in rural areas where the number of physical and infrastructure facilities are lacking in these schools. And of course, the facilities are giving much in urban areas. Teachers who are placed in urban areas, availing more facilities in terms of their upliftment, they may get more opportunities than rural teachers. So, will be norms and conditions for all teachers will be same. We have to think for that also. So, like this, there are number of dimensions in which we have to think before finalizing this document. So that is why in this open house discussion, I request you all to raise such queries which we will be looking at the grassroots level, keeping in view the diversified nature of our country, keeping in view the diversity, the locality, the society, and other things. Thereafter, we will be sending suggestions to Ministry and NCT for incorporating in this document. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for inspiring reflection. Indeed, you can't pour from an empty cup. So it's important to know that about teachers also. Now, I would like to request Professor S.N. Ambedkar, Dean of Social Sciences, Central University of Rajasthan, to kindly share his reflection with all.
My dear friends, I have have been observing this teacher training for the last 25 years in different countries. And to some extent, I'm dealing with education in a larger way. As Professor of Public Policy, especially dealing with the educational policy in this university. Prior to that, I have dealt with this teacher training institutes, teacher training students in a big way. This present NEP 2020 is good, like its predecessors 1986 documents and 1992 POA. They were also good, and even the Education Commission, famously known as Kohari Commission 64-66, followed by NEP, National Education Policy 1968. We have witnessed these three from 68 to 2020. As policy documents, if I look at, all these documents are very good. They talk good things about education in general, and some of the documents they have focused some paragraphs on teacher training, education, teacher training also. As a teacher, if I reflect, what is the basic understanding or who is the teacher? What kind of qualities he should have? Of course, the teacher should have commitment. Commitment for what? Commitment towards his profession. Commitment towards his position. Because we are all getting salaries for doing that work only. In case we are imparting knowledge, first we should be a knowledgeable person. Then only our students will give respect to us. In case we are not having that much knowledge or capacity, you don't get respect from your students. It means first you should have knowledge, or you should be a knowledgeable person. Then this is the workshop or movement discussion meant for national professional standards for teachers. Over a period of time in this university, I have been teaching this educational policy, and also as a practitioner. Me and our university students are participating the so-called annual status of education reports, famously known as ASAP survey. ASAP survey last report came out in November 2021, almost 1 month before. This time ASAP survey, though with this Central University, Rajasthan, is not associated this due to pandemic situation. It came out with very good observations. One is that during pandemic, most of the schools are closed, and those who have smartphones, they are only having access to it. From 1968 to 2020, we have been talking about providing access to education not only to rural people and urban people and rural people, tribal societies, tribal people, etc. When we look at this situation, like Farid Saab was giving details, first problem we come across is at least school education, and the World Bank also reflected this point, the absenteeism of teachers in education. Why teachers are absent from the school environment? He also narrated or given examples. But is it not a fact that we are more interested in office atmosphere than school atmosphere? We have to ponder upon this aspect. Why? Yes, student trained in teacher education and after getting a job as a school teacher, why he is not interested to go to school? That is the basic question we should ask. Reasons may be many. Reasons may be distance from his native place, and we were not told that we will be given posting only in our village school. As a teacher in this university, I travel around 2,000 kilometers from my state and come here to work. And I should not think, after coming to the university, I will not go to my classroom. Whatever may be the reason, these days, school teachers, they don't want to come to school, but they want to stay in a, in Rajasthan PDO office or sub-divisional magistrate office or even collectorate. What kind of course they will do? I thought, after RTE came into effect, these things will change. Only decennial census and other work, plus election duties, only these are the two duties a teacher is supposed to do, apart from teaching. But after RTE also, many of the teachers, at least I know the example of Rajasthan, they prefer continue to work in offices, not necessarily doing the teaching activity. What does it mean? It means they are not professional. They are not professional. It means as teacher educational professionals, we should ask ourselves what kind of values we are generating among our students. We have written many good things about the National Curricular Framework, the document produced by NCERT and others. Whether we are able to impart whatever good things we have written in the National Curricular Framework and also this thing. These are some of my disjointed observations on the present day. Second one is the teacher-taught ratio. I am very happy that this university is having one of the best teacher-taught ratio. In some departments, 1:3, and at least I can vouch for our School of Education. They are having very good teacher-taught ratio. Maybe we can compete with the standard University of Stanford and Oxford also. When it comes to teacher-taught ratio. Another issue is availability of teachers. With this RTE, we made it this demand-driven point that students will demand the quality teaching and good teaching in the school. That school should be in its vicinity, maybe 1 kilometer to 1.5 kilometers. Governments have established schools. They have established schools. What about teachers? They are not having teachers. Then after that, NCTE and others, they have said, not only teachers, they should be qualified teachers. With that word qualified. Then the real problem started. Getting a teacher is difficult. Even in our central university, we are facing that problem. We have been advertising and we are not getting that quality teachers in this university also. When it comes to school education, in most of the states in North India, Northern Belt, we are not having teachers. Every time we will go out with a new formula, new policy, in the name of Shiksha Mitra, in the name of some other programs. Earlier, that program was called Lok Jumbish. Many of you, ma'am, you must have done a lot of research on Lok Jumbish activity by talented IAS officer from Rajasthan, Anil Bodiaji. That was his pet scheme. So that at least we will provide the educational access to rural people in their vicinity. That was the objective for starting that scheme. This trained teachers, then they said within 5 years you get acquired your training. Then there was a natural rush. That governmental policy of trained teachers, it has given birth to mushrooming of teacher training institutes. Later on, we found that even teacher training institutes were lacking proper teachers, not trained teachers. When NCTE started sending inspection teams to various states, various teacher training institutes, way back in 2010 onwards, when Professor Panda was chairperson of this NCTE, and friends from that places, they started narrating their experiences. One teacher was enrolled in more than 5 to 6 teacher training institutes. It may be for the kind of thing. And maybe my good friend, former principal of Agrasen College, Jamroli, he may be also knowing this kind of experience. And the third one is not only training, teacher training, availability of quality teachers. Third one may be that we have trained students, then we gave them good jobs in training colleges and training schools, and then after some time they will forget and we retrain them again. That is popularly known as orientation programs and refresher courses, or sending them to various educational institutions for training. I had that experience of retraining those when I was the regional director of Indira Gandhi National Open University. We used to organize many programs for in-service teachers. I can give you the Rajasthan experience. It was not very bright experience. And we used to request the diets and the teacher training institutes to send the teachers for various training programs organized. And the result, very few people used to go, even if we provide second AC facility. This is it. Retraining is also very difficult. And nowadays, people are blaming for the fall of standards in school education directly to one governmental policy, that is RTE. I don't know if any governmental policy, all the governmental policies are very good on paper. Only thing is, problem comes with implementation of the problem. And how as a teachers we understand that policy. One of the best policy point in RTE is comprehensive evaluation. And best universities in the world, they follow that kind of model. I'm very happy to again inform you. This university also follows that kind of model. Every month, students will be writing one test or other, internal assignment test. More or less, that kind of system is replicated even in school education because of not able to understand or follow that final point. Teachers say the follow standards are closely related to this RTE itself, no fail policy. First, bring them to school. The access is more important. Then once they sit in the school or college, they will learn something. Because you are talented teachers. You are very good teachers. You are qualitatively superior teachers. Once your students come to the campus, they will learn something and more. In fact, there should be a universal, all India level policy. Nowadays, we are talking after 2020 national education policy. Few days back, I happened to visit this one of the public service commission. There, to represent one of our unique programs. MAM is associated with that program, integrated MSc B.Ed program. In most of the states, we what the higher level, what is the secondary education level, what kind of qualification we expect from the students. In case you want to become a school teacher at middle level and senior secondary level, minimum requirement is master's degree in subject plus B.Ed. We have this unique course of integrated MSc B.Ed program. And in case we technically go by various state government advertisements, we stand nowhere. Because our students, neither they are having masters in science and bachelor degree in education, technically speaking. But they are having integrated MSc B.Ed degree. And like this university, many private universities are also offering this kind of course. That has become a popular courses, innovative programs. But state governments are not that much innovative. In case we are discussing about the national education policy and other related aspects, there should be a national level understanding among all the state governments. Unfortunately or fortunately, few days back, they said Central University being central higher educational institutions, they should come forward and take the responsibility of new education policy, particularly introducing 4 years of degree program. Yes, we will take the responsibility of implementing the national level education policy 2020. In fact, we have used a long time back before this act, this policy came into aspect. But without having the consensus from various stakeholders and states, in case we introduce our only central institutions, higher educational institute, introduce that one, and the similar example which I have given earlier, students may be at disadvantage level. Finally, I made the service commission to understand, yes, I can give you, in case you promise me that my student is going to get the job. Because this is a 3-year program. Then he has seen my point, because it is integrated, you cannot bifurcate that degree. Then he asked the state government representative, whether you will agree with it or not. He said, sir, our rules say this. then Public Service Commission member being the chairman himself. These courses are the present day necessity. You change your rules. If you don't want to change at your level, being a Public Service Commission, we can guide the state government to change its rules. And salute to that visionary member. In my presence, he has changed. Ask the state government to go for this kind of degree. If you want, you can keep that and also add integrated programs of various universities. It will also be the prerequisite. Yes, these are some of the rights should be strengthened. Teacher training institutes should be strengthened, and we have to make them retraining activities. We should make all the participants as compulsory. Like when they go for promotion, at least we should tell them, they should attend some of the programs. Then only India is known for, until and unless we force them, they don't attend this kind of training programs. Thank you very much for patiently listening to me. And okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I think you beautifully highlighted. If I am committed, I always find a way. Thank you so much to all the panelists. We humbly thank them. In psychology, we say this is called a gestalt approach. This is a holistic approach. So thank you for providing that holistic approach to your reflections about NPST. Now, the floor is open for questions. We will be taking some questions. If there are questions from the audience, this is the time you are requested to please raise your hand. If you have any questions, we will be passing the mic. Anybody in the audience?
Mangal sir, mic ready. मंगल सर पहले वहाँ दे दीजिए माइक, फिर सर को दे दीजिएगा।
Why Bachelor of Education is not compulsory for
teachers. Since I have been very interested in that Bachelor of Education is compulsory for almost all kinds of teachers. Participation, Bachelor of Education is compulsory for yoga and other teachers. But for computer science teachers, their Bachelor of Education is not compulsory. Even for various Vidyalayas and other Vidyalayas. So, since how the computer science teachers, they will not have that pedagogy to teach, so why this is there? This is a general question.
My years of computer science teacher, as there is no teaching subject. In what is that? At present it is there, but now structural changes has been made in school education. Now the stages, the school, structural changes has been made, and we are having 4 stages now: foundational stage, preparatory stage, middle stage, secondary stage. Further, how the teacher recruitment take place in further, what will be the eligibility criteria for teacher? That will be decided in this NPST. See, that is why the reflection on this NPST, because this is the futuristic approach. Actually, you are talking right now why this year is not compulsory for computer science teacher. So, as the situation right now, because we don't have any school subject there, at the school level. That's why this, future, what will happen? Then this government will happen, right? Right.
The base of data analytics policy considerably, working capital and artificial intelligence, this is part of computer science, needs to be inculcated in students from class 6 onwards. But there is, for example, there is PA, it's not for computer science students. So maybe my recommendation is having something for computer science students in kind of program. Thank you.
We have written in this document that has to be translated into action, implementation. It may take some time. Sometimes the old psyche also affects that kind of new thinking. We are not used to this new thinking. Maybe it will take some time.
Thank you so much, Pandit.
इससे इको है इसलिए बिना माइक के बोल रहा हूँ। एक तो क्वेरीज है, हर शिक्षा का और शिक्षा अध्यापक जो तैयार होते हैं उसके पीछे कोई फिलॉसफी होती है, बिना फिलॉसफी के नहीं चलता। नंबर वन, जो ये ड्राफ्ट तैयार हो रहा है वो कौन सी फिलॉसफी को लेके आ रहा है? भारत के जो 9 दर्शन है उनको लेके चल रहा है या जो बाहर साम्यवादी दर्शन है उसके हिसाब से चल रहा है? ईश्वरवादी दर्शन जो 6 हैं उनको लेके चल रहा है या अनिश्वरवादी दर्शन जो 4 भाग जैन और बौद्ध हैं उनमें से किसी को लेकर चल रहा है या उनका समन्वय लेकर चल रहा है? नंबर वन, उसकी फिलॉसफी क्या है ये पता रहना चाहिए। दूसरा, आप नेशनल प्रोफेशनल स्टैंडर्ड की बात कर रहे हैं। अब तक के जो टीचर्स हम लोगों ने तैयार किए अपनी सारी जिंदगी, बाल पक गए, झड़ गए, काले थे, बिल्कुल घुंघराले थे, सब गायब हो गए टीचर तैयार करते करते। बहुत सारे हमने बिल्कुल उस स्टैंडर्ड के टीचर तैयार नहीं किए थे आज तक रीजनल कॉलेज में, हमने उनमें क्या कमी थी? तीसरी चीज, ये जो सरकारीकरण किसी न किसी रूप से अध्यापक के ऊपर बहुत ज्यादा है, उसको स्वयं प्रयोग करने के लिए आगे नहीं बढ़ने देते, उसको तमाम तरह के बंधनों में जकड़ के रखते हैं। आप ये करेंगे, ये करेंगे, ये करेंगे, तो इससे कब मुक्ति मिलेगी? अध्यापक को कब स्वायत्तता मिलेगी? उसको कब तक इस कंट्रोल में जकड़ में रखा जाएगा? अगली बात, जब इग्नू में हमने कई भाषण सुने हैं, आपके भी सुने और लोगों के भी सुने, इंदिरा गांधी नेशनल ओपन यूनिवर्सिटी में वो कहते हैं फर्स्ट ओपन यूनिवर्सिटी का स्टूडेंट था वो एकलव्य। एकलव्य का कौन टीचर था? कौन सी टेक्नोलॉजी थी? कौन सा ड्राफ्ट था? तुलसीदास एक झटके में इतना बड़ा कवि बन गया। कौन सी रत्नावली के पास टेक्नोलॉजी थी? कौन सी पीपीटी थी? विद्वत माने कालिदास को एकदम विद्वान जो अपनी डाली काट रहा था, जिसमें बैठा था उसी पे काट रहा था, मूर्ख विद्यार्थी था। इतना मूर्ख विद्यार्थी कभी किसी को नहीं मिला होगा। हर विद्यार्थी दूसरे की जड़ काटता है और नहीं मिलती तो टीचर की काटता है, टीचर प्रिंसिपल की काटता है, प्रिंसिपल मैनेजमेंट की जड़ काटता है। सब बड़े समझदार लोग हैं, लेकिन जो खुद अपनी जड़ काट रहा था, जिसमें बैठा था, उस मूर्ख को एक झटके में उतना बड़ा विद्वान बन गया। वो कौन सी टेक्नोलॉजी थी? क्या लर्निंग इतने बंधनों में से निकल के उसके बाद लर्निंग होगी? और कहते हैं कि विद्यार्थी तो अपने आप पौधे की तरह बढ़ता है, अध्यापक को सिर्फ माली का काम होना चाहिए। अभी जब हम लोग आए, माली से पूछा भाई ऑडिट की तरह तुम्हारा ऑडिट टर्म क्या है? बोला मुझे ऑडिट टर्म नहीं मालूम। मैंने कहा हमारा नेशनल सेमिनार है, बोले मुझे कुछ नहीं मालूम। मुझे बस ये मालूम है कि मेरे पौधे में कहीं कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं है, कैसे काटना है, इनका बॉटनिकल नेम मालूम है तुम्हें, इनका फ्लोरल फॉर्मूला मालूम है तुम्हें, इनका जनरल मालूम है तुम्हें? कुछ नहीं मालूम। एक माली है, माली जानता है कि पौधा कैसे बढ़ता है। अध्यापक आज भी टैलेंटेड स्टूडेंट तैयार कर रहा है और इंडियन टैलेंट कहीं से कम नहीं है। मैंने तो एनसी शर्मा साहब विदेशों में घूमते रहे हैं, आपको उन्हीं से पूछा मैंने कि हिंदुस्तान के बच्चे जब विदेशों में जाते हैं इतने बढ़िया अध्यापक कैसे बन जाते हैं? बोले कुछ नहीं, बोले इंडिया के टीचर्स में जो पहले 1 ईयर में निकलते थे उनमें इतना टैलेंट है, वो सारी दुनिया उनका लोहा मानती है। अनावश्यक रूप से कई बार लगता है +2+3 जो जिन लोगों ने किया उनसे पूछा भाई +3 क्यों किया? +2 में क्या कमी थी? उन्होंने कहा गवर्नमेंट के आदेश इसलिए +3 करना है। अब उसका कोई सिस्टम बदल रहे हैं जो कह रहे हैं 2040 तक लागू होगा। 2040 तक ये ड्राफ्ट बनाने वाले और ये सारे सब रहेंगे क्या? अल्टीमेटली सरकार के या राजनीति के इस चंगुल से ये कब मुक्त होगी शिक्षा, एक बड़ा मौलिक प्रश्न है। अन्यथा तो सरकार के हाथ में इसी प्रकार से रहेगा। एक सेकंड में सुनूंगा मैं। यहाँ पे राजस्थान में हम देखते हैं कि जैसे ही गहलोत सरकार आती है, महाराणा प्रताप नीचे चला जाता है, अकबर महान बन जाता है। जैसे ही वसुंधरा राजे आती है, महाराणा प्रताप महान हो जाता है, अकबर गायब हो जाता है। वही तो इस प्रकार से माने वैदिक गणित, बीजेपी आएगी वैदिक गणित चालू हो जाएगा 9th में, कांग्रेस जैसी आएगी वैदिक गणित निकाल दिया जाएगा। फिर उसके बाद रज्जू भैया ने पाठ लिखा है भारतीय वैज्ञानिक, जैसे ही बीजेपी आएगी इन्फोर्समेंट जुड़ जाएगा, जैसे ही आएगा तो सारी राष्ट्रीय किताबों से फाड़ दिया जाएगा। जब ये राजनीति के चंगुल में जब तक ये शिक्षा रहेगी, अरे अध्यापकों के हाथ में कब दोगे, उनको ऑटोनॉमी कब दोगे, उनको अपने हिसाब से प्रयोग करने का कब दोगे, ये स्टाफ का जिक्र होना चाहिए। बेटे सर, आपने मुझे समय दिया उसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
I think the energy of the crowd is on. So anybody else who would like to go next? There is a lady.
मंच के माध्यम से एक बात रिपोर्टर बताना चाह रहा था। ये जो हम मेरा एनपीएसटी मेरा 5.0 बारे बात करें, जिसमें मेरा 15 है टीचर एजुकेशन की मेरा 15.234 में ऐसे लिखा है और एनईपी में लिखा गया, जिससे हमारे पीएचडी में भी निकलने वाले टीचर एजुकेशन करके निकल रहे हैं, विदेश में जा रहे हैं, कितनी डिग्री लगेगी। वहां लिखा है कि स्टैंड अलाउंड टीचर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशन जितने भी हैं, वहां वो सारे के सारे डिग्रियां बेच रहे हैं पैसा लेकर। ये आपके नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में लिखा हुआ है। और साथ ही साथ ये लिखा हुआ है कि नर्सरी सेकेंडरी इंस्टीट्यूशन हैं, बहुविषय जो प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटीज हैं, वो डिग्री नहीं बेचती है, वो बड़ा अच्छा काम कर रही है एजुकेशन के ऊपर। ऐसा करके लिखा है। जैसे हम लोग जानते हैं कि जो ये स्टैंड अलाउंड एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशन हैं, ये नेट पर एडमिशन ले सकते हैं, एडमिशन सारे ओपन डिग्री के थ्रू में एग्जाम ले सकते हैं, एग्जाम यूनिवर्सिटी देती है, तो कैसे ये डिग्री बेच पाएंगे। और हम ये भी जानते हैं अच्छी तरह से कि जो ये प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटीज हैं, वो बैक गेट में आधी से अधिक, मैं बात बिल्कुल प्रामाणिकता से कह रहा हूँ, आधी से अधिक प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटीज बैक गेट में आपको डिग्री बेच देती है, तो कैसा लगेगा ये बात। स्टैंड अलाउंड
प्रेफरेंस की जो डिग्रियों की आप बात कर रहे हैं, तो मुझे लगता है अभी स्टूडेंट का युग है, सारी चीजें नेट पे अवेलेबल रहती है। कोई भी रिजल्ट आपको मेरे ख्याल से जिस दिन से कोई रिजल्ट कोई भी यूनिवर्सिटी को रिजल्ट डिक्लेयर करती है, तो दैट हैज टू बी अपलोडेड ऑन साइट, है ना। तो अगर कोई इस तरह की चीजें आप बोल रहे हैं कि भाई डिग्री बैकग्राउंड में भेज देती है, तो अभी तक ऐसे प्रमाण इस युग में तो मुझे
मैं तो कहना चाह रहा हूं,
तो ऐसे तो
चलिए कुछ हो रहा है, लेकिन ये जो स्टैंड अलाउंड एजुकेशन पॉलिसी की बात कही गई है के अंदर, इसमें एक बात होती है, इनमें संदर्भ दिया गया है जेएस वर्मा कमेटी 2012 का रेफरेंस देते हुए कि जेएस वर्मा कमेटी में ऐसा लिखा हुआ है, जबकि जेएस वर्मा कमेटी को आप लोग भी पढ़ते होंगे, मैंने पूरा पढ़ा है, उसमें कहीं नहीं लिखा कि स्टैंड अलाउंड एजुकेशन पॉलिसी जो है ये डिग्री को पैसा लेकर बेचते हैं। तो एक जस्टिस जेएस वर्मा कमेटी का नाम भी इसमें गलत तरीके से दिया हुआ है, तो कृपया इसको सही करना है।
I would like to make a comment. The question which was raised by one of the person from the audience is, nowadays we are having a data on ASH. अगले महीने ASH में हर कॉलेज का डेटा जाएगा, हर यूनिवर्सिटी का डेटा जाएगा। पिछले कुछ वर्षों से यूजीसी और एकेडमिक बॉडी हर वर्ष का डेटा लेती है, किस प्रोग्राम में कितने विद्यार्थी एनरोल हुए, जेंडर वाइज, कास्ट वाइज, रिलीजन वाइज, कोर्स वाइज क्या क्या नंबर ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स रहे, एडमिटेड कितने हैं या एनरोल्ड कितने हैं, कितने पास आउट हुए, कितने ड्रॉप करा, स्टेट वाइज डेटा उनका क्या था, ये सारा चार्ट हर यूनिवर्सिटी का, हर कॉलेज का, हर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के माध्यम से सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट तक पहुंचा। यदि उसके बाद में भी कुछ, चाहे वो प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी हो, सरकारी यूनिवर्सिटी हो या सरकारी यूनिवर्सिटी तो नहीं आ सकती, यदि कोई प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी या सेल्फ फाइनेंस कॉलेज का कोई डेटा आता है तो वो चेक हो सकता है। और उसमें सीधी सीधी सी बात है कि एज सिटीजन मेरी भी ड्यूटी बनती है ना तो कोई माल प्रैक्टिस में इन्वॉल्व हो, और यदि कोई माल प्रैक्टिस मेरे नोटिस में आते हैं तो द पर्सन शुड रिपोर्ट टू द एकेडमिक बॉडीज। लेकिन जैसा कि सर ने कहा कि आईटी के होते हुए ये चीजें धीरे धीरे विश्वविद्यालयों पर ये कर्व्स मेंटेन किए जा रहे हैं, कंट्रोल है, मॉनिटर है। और लैब जब ग्रेडिंग करता है तो वो भी आपसे पिछले 5 साल का डेटा आपका असेस करता है। और वर्तमान में आईटी की वजह से या कुछ और उन्होंने जो स्टैंडर्ड्स निर्धारित किए हैं उसके अंदर जरा सा 1% यदि ऐसा कुछ डेटा आता है तो वहां के वाइस चांसलर को और ये सवाल पूछा जाता है और उनसे कहा जाता है कि आपने ये जो रिपोर्ट प्रस्तुत किया उस रिपोर्ट को वापस किया जाए, अन्यथा आपकी यूनिवर्सिटी को अगले 5 साल के लिए डिबार कर दिया जाएगा। और शायद आप डेटा देखेंगे तो आपको पता चलेगा कि कुछ यूनिवर्सिटीज को अगले 5 साल के लिए डिग्री करने पर रोक लगा दी। तो ये चेक्स एंड बैलेंसेस धीरे धीरे रखे जा रहे हैं। पास्ट में जो माल प्रैक्टिस हुई है उन पर काफी कंट्रोल है और आने वाले समय में कोई उस प्लेटफॉर्म पे जाके, उसके पोर्टल पे जाके आज कोई भी जना उस चीज को रेज करता है और हर वाइस चांसलर या रजिस्ट्रार इस बात से करता है कि ऐसी माल प्रैक्टिस में उसका इन्वॉल्वमेंट न हो जाए। बट फिर भी कुछ होता है तो देखिए समाज पूरी तरह से 100% को ईमानदार कोई भी जगह किसी भी समय में नहीं है।
ऊपर एलिगेशन करना नहीं था कि स्टैंड अलोन बीएड कॉलेज, स्टैंड अलोन और टीचर एजुकेशन कॉलेज के बारे में उन्होंने लिखा है एनईटी में, वो हटाना चाहिए।
यदि ऐसा है तो कुछ जन आएंगे और एजुकेशनिस्ट हैं इसको देखेंगे, इसको वापस से पढ़ के जो बात आपने रेज की उसको देखेंगे कि ऐसा कहाँ आ गया। ये इंटेंशन किसी एक में एक स्वीपिंग स्टेटमेंट हो गया कि ये इंस्टीट्यूशंस ऐसा करते, ये नहीं करते। दिस इज अ स्वीपिंग स्टेटमेंट जिससे हम सब लोगों को बचना चाहिए, रिपोर्ट्स में भी बचना चाहिए। थैंक यू फॉर रेजिंग दिस पॉइंट। वी विल सी ऐसा कहीं हुआ है।
पैरा 15.2
Thank you so much for informing me. सबसे पहले तो मैं सारे मीडिया का कहना चाहूँगी कि एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म पे इतने सारे एजुकेशन एक ही दिन एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म पर सुनने को मिला और बहुत अच्छे तरीके से ऐसी मेरा बहुत अच्छे तरीके से एनालिसिस किया, बहुत क्लैरिटी। ये सवाल नहीं है, बस एक थोड़ा सा विचार था जो मेरे मन में आया कि प्रोफेशनल स्टैंडर्ड की जो हम बात कर रहे हैं और बहुत सारे विचार सामने आए, बहुत एनालिसिस सामने आया। बस मेरा थोड़ा सा विचार ये था कि जब हम कभी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की, मैनेजमेंट की, गवर्नमेंट की, पॉलिसी मेकर्स की बात करते हैं कि ये चीज ध्यान में जानी चाहिए, तो कहीं ना कहीं मेरे ख्याल से इंडिविजुअल कमिटमेंट टुवर्ड्स प्रोफेशनल की जो बात हो सकती है। अगर हम कुछ करते हैं मुझे लगता है कि बहुत सारी चीजें बहुत जल्दी प्रभाव हो सकती हैं।
सभी को नमस्कार। कहा जाता है कि टीचर वो हुई है जो देश के विकास से और समाज में परिवर्तन का प्रतीक माना जाता है, लेकिन फिर भी आज हमें प्रोफेशनल स्टैंडर्ड के बारे में बात करनी पड़ रही है। ऐसा क्यों? एनईपी में 2020 में भी टीचर की स्वायत्ता के बारे में बात की गई और टीचर स्वायत्ता ज्यादा ह्यूमन राइट की होता है कि टीचर को या एजुकेशन सिस्टम को हम कब तक रखते रखेंगे। टीचर सोसाइटी के प्रति जवाबदेह है या किसी गवर्नमेंट के प्रति जवाबदेह है, इससे छुटकारा मिलना है। क्योंकि मैं डिफेंस बैकग्राउंड से हूँ, तो मैं जब अमेरिका से बात कर रहे थे, जब सर इतनी सारी जानकारी रखते हैं तो जो हमारा एनसीटी है उसको भी भली भांति ज्ञात होगा कि हमारी जो टीचर ट्रेनिंग कॉलेजेस हैं वो क्या होगा, हम कैसे एफिशिएंट और अच्छे टीचर्स डेवलप कर पाए जब हमारी ट्रेनिंग ही है। एनडीए सीबीएसई आईएमए जहाँ सोल्जर जो ट्रेनिंग होती है तो वहाँ का इंस्पेक्टर सुबह कैडेट को ये नहीं बोलता कि जाइए 6 किलोमीटर दौड़ के आ जाए, वो इंस्पेक्टर खुद उनके साथ 6 किलोमीटर दौड़ता है और फिर वापस आता है। आप कैसे उम्मीद कर सकते हैं कि जिन कॉलेजेस में टीचर तैयार होते हैं वहाँ का पैसा लेकर के अटेंडेंस छूट दी जाती है, जब हमको पता होते हुए भी एनसीटी ने कितने कॉलेज को डिवाइड किया है और 5 साल के लिए किसी कॉलेज से यूनिवर्सिटी को डिवाइड किया है, हमेशा के लिए उसको खत्म कवर कर सिस्टम बनाने के लिए एजुकेशन की जरूरत होती है। 5 साल बाकी कोई बात नहीं, वो डबल कर लेता है, कोई आगे 5 साल हुए अभी बार फिर 5 साल करेंगे, ऐसे सिस्टम चेंज होता है क्योंकि कई चीजें घर कर जाती हैं और टीचर तो वो भूल गए, टीचर जो वो फेथ नहीं है एक्चुअली एजुकेशन जो अथॉरिटी उनको फेथ नहीं है। समय बिल्कुल ये कहा कि वीडियो में अपना ट्रांसफर करवा लेते हैं, वीडियो में आ जाते हैं, ये बन जाता है, टीचर भी बन जाता है कर दो। अरे भाई एक स्कूल में दो 500 बच्चे हैं, उनको पढ़ाने की बजाय वो जाके ड्राइविंग कर रहा है, ये का गाइड कर रहा है, तो हमारा जो रिक्रूटमेंट सिस्टम है उसको भी फॉर्म करने की जरूरत है ना। एक वेल एप्टीट्यूड जो टेस्ट होना चाहिए टीचर डेवलपमेंट का वो क्यों नहीं होता, और टीचर ढूंढी है सोसाइटी की देश के हिसाब से ढूंढी है, लेकिन फिर भी इस प्रोसेस का एक्शन नहीं है। नीट देते हैं, आईटी देते हैं, जब वो कहीं से नहीं होता बदली सागर में जब लोग क्लियर कर देते हैं या फिर वो डली गई पेपर आउट हो जाएगा और सरकारी आ जाते हैं पुलिस में चले जाते हैं। तो जो हाई प्रायोरिटी किसी कंट्री का होना चाहिए वो है, लेकिन हमारे कंट्री में बस स्थिति है हम उसी को लेकर चले जा रहे हैं, ये जानते हैं देख रहा है बेहतर रहे आगे टीचर, लेकिन आज टीचर अपनी इज्जत के लिए खुली इज्जत को पाने के लिए सोसाइटी से जुड़ाव हो गया, सोसाइटी की टीचर बहुत खूब चले गए, हम सोसाइटी में किसी प्लानिंग में किसी नियोजन में इन्वॉल्व नहीं करते। कुछ हाई इंटेलेक्चुअल लोग बैठते हैं एक ही रूम में बैठते प्लानिंग करने से काम बन जाते हैं, इम्प्लीमेंटेशन काम का उसको कौन सुपरवाइज करता है। मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ अगर एनसीटी के संज्ञान में ऐसे कॉलेज हो उनको बंद करें। धन्यवाद।
देखिए प्रकाश जी का जो क्वेश्चन था या जो इनका कंसर्न था उससे थोड़ा सा मैं ये विचार करना चाहूँगा, बताना चाहूँगा कि जितने भी टीचर ट्रेनिंग पॉलिसीज है ऐसे अभी नई शिक्षा नीति जो आई है उसमें क्लोजर ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूशन की बात तो पहले कर दी गई है, तो इस तरह के सब स्टैंडर्ड इंस्टीट्यूशन है उनको बंद किया जाना चाहिए। ये तो एनईपी में बात हुई है। इसके बाद टीचर एफिशिएंसी, टीचर कमिटमेंट, इसकी जो बात है उसमें भी भारत सरकार के नजरिए से या स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के नजरिए से हम ये कहें कहीं पे कोई कमी एक्चुअली अगर हम कहें तो नहीं आई, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं इंसेंटिव सरकार देती है, नेशनल अवार्ड देती है, स्टेट अवार्ड देती है, डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पे अवार्ड होते हैं। टीचर अपने आप से अगर कमिटेड है, क्या अच्छा करना चाहता है, इनोवेशन कुछ करना चाहता है तो रोका किसने, कोई नहीं रोकता। ये टीचर का सेल्फ कमिटमेंट जो है प्रोफेसर के लिए आई थिंक वो बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है। हमें इंडिविजुअली अपने अंदर झाड़ना चाहिए एज ए टीचर। और ये जो डॉक्यूमेंट बन रहा है जो टीचर रिक्रूटमेंट की आप बात कर रहे हैं, मेरे ख्याल से ये जो ओपन हाउस डिस्कशन कंट्री वाइज एनसीटी ने किए हैं यूनिवर्सिटी लेवल पे, इसमें इस तरह के विचारों को आमंत्रित किया जा रहा है। इससे पहले जो शिक्षा नीति आई है इसमें भी मैंने बताया कि डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल कंसल्टेशन मीटिंग हुए, रीजनल लेवल कंसल्टेशन मीटिंग हुए, तो आई टोटली डिसएग्री विद द थिंग के एसी के रूम में बैठ के सारी चीजें हो जाती है। कम से कम अभी इस गवर्नमेंट के टाइम में जो मुझे लग रहा है वो ये जरूर है कि गवर्नमेंट सबको अपॉर्चुनिटी प्रोवाइड करती है, सजेशन प्रोवाइड करती है और कहीं किसी पे कोई चेक एंड बैलेंस है नहीं। अगर कोई अच्छा करना चाहता है, सजेशन देना चाहता है किसी भी चीज में, तो आई थिंक एवरी फोरम इज ओपन। चाहे वो एनईपी की बात हो, लोगों ने वहां पे भी चुके डिस्ट्रिक्ट ये एनईपी का आई वाज वन ऑफ द मेंबर एंड आई ऑर्गेनाइज्ड 5 मीटिंग्स इन उत्तर प्रदेश एज ए स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ऑफ दैट। So I organized 4 district level consultation meetings and 1 regional level consultation meeting that was between Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand. So in 5 meetings, I see number of recommendations sent to ministry and number of recommendations met there in that policy also. So likewise, we are coming up with this new document, and if you will be having any suggestions, anything else in your mind, that is of course invited. You can write it and that may be incorporated in the document. So thank you.
Quick point. So in fact, we have visualized this teacher training institute and we them as the Institute of Advanced Study in Education. उस समय जब visualize किया, उनका 2 tasks हमने सौंपा. First one is to train the students, that is B.Ed and M.Ed classes. Second one, in-service training programs for teachers working in school education. Over a period of time, the second part has been neglected by not only this teacher training institute, to larger extent because of some other constraints. I know some of the regional institutes of education are doing, but the number of training programs they used to impart, certainly that number has come down because of many things. Once I was attending this RIE management committee meeting, and there also the representatives from North India states, they have been complaining about the lack of sufficient teacher training programs, regular in-service teacher training programs. That is one point. Maybe I will link it to the teachers' commitment. Why we are going to that office? Maybe to avoid the hardships of going to village, maybe avoiding of regular teaching, because number of teachers are less in the school and every teacher has to shoulder the responsibilities of sometimes combined class of 1 to 5, and what kind of quality we impart, I will leave it to the God. I will come to that point. Yes, in distance education, we have been talking about economics. They are the first lecture in this place, and we need self-motivated learning. Nobody has forced him to go to school. Economics. If you remember the story of Mahabharata, there he went alone. He has seen the Guru, Dronacharya, imparting knowledge to his Shishya, that is Rajkumar of those days, princess. From there he learned. It means, without Guru also, by looking at Guru, he can learn. In different words, nowadays, with little bit of teacher's help, the students can learn many teaching subjects. That we need not go regularly to the classroom. That's what we used to tell. But this pandemic has strengthened that point of view. Last 2 years, even our regular students, they are not there in the campus. Teacher is imparting knowledge, and through technology they are learning. That's what when we say this without teacher also, or with little bit of teacher support, a student gains knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for that inspiring offer your time to the last question.
My Center of Rajasthan ऐसी इकोनॉमिक्स में ऐसे बीएड करना चाहता हूँ। एक छात्र की जिज्ञासा के तौर पर मैं सभी लोग बात करेंगे कि शिक्षक जो कभी मगध साम्राज्य को बदलने के जिसके अंदर शक्ति थी, चाहे निकाल के उत्थान और पतन शिक्षक के मुट्ठी में होता है। शिक्षक चाहे तो उत्थान कर दे और शिक्षक चाहे तो प्रलय ला दे। तो ये वर्तमान अभी के सत्र में ये चुनाव करने की बहुत अच्छी बात है कि 21वीं सदी में विद्यार्थियों के साथ साथ शिक्षकों पर भी ध्यान देने की ज्यादा आवश्यकता है। तो सर एक बात हमारे समझ में आती है कि कोई बच्चा ये NPST क्रैक नहीं कर पाता है, वो मन को क्या करो तो बीएड कर ले, IIT क्रैक नहीं कर पा रहा है तो चलो बीएड कर ले, फिजिक्स का टीचर बन जाए। तो इससे हमको लगता है कि शिक्षक के गुणवत्ता में कमी आने का एक कारण ये भी है। और क्योंकि एक हम लोग सेकेंड ऑप्शन के तौर पर टीचिंग को देखते हैं, फर्स्ट ऑप्शन हमारा IIT है, फर्स्ट ऑप्शन हमारा IAS करना है, फर्स्ट ऑप्शन हमारा विदेश में जाके इन्वेस्टमेंट करना है, फर्स्ट ऑप्शन हमारा ये नहीं करना है कि हम शिक्षक बन के यहाँ के बच्चों को भविष्य का निर्माण करें। तो क्या है कि गुणवत्ता में कमी आने का एक कारण ये है। और 75 वर्ष हम लोग आजादी का मना रहे, इससे पहले इस पे ध्यान क्यों नहीं दिया गया या ध्यान दिया गया इसको निग्लेक्ट करने की कोशिश की गई। और क्या 2020 का जो आया है हमारा शिक्षा पॉलिसी, क्या इस पे ध्यान दिया गया और ये इम्प्लीमेंट होगा? तो सर जैसे बता रहे थे कि 2040 तक इसका इम्प्लीमेंट होगा। इसमें से हम लोग आते हैं तो फिर जो ना चाहते हैं वो भी शिक्षक बन जाएंगे और फिर वही गुणवत्ता जहाँ से आई है वहीं की वहीं रह जाएगी। तो क्या इस पे कुछ ध्यान दिया गया है इसमें मैं बता सकता हूँ।
आपने जो एक पॉइंट रेज किया कि many of the students go for the UPSC exam. Say many of the students come to me and when I ask them this question, what is your aspiration, what is your goal? They say I want to be a bureaucrat. है ना? वो 17-18 साल का नवयुवक उसको अपनी शायद जो उसका पोटेंशियल है, उसकी जो कैपेसिटी है शायद उसको पूरी तरह से समझी नहीं है। Reasoning their parents, their other stakeholders, एक को देखते वो इमिडिएट कर रहा है कि मैं तो ये बन रहा हूँ। उसके बाद में the boy works hard but doesn't succeed in his efforts, तो क्या समाज उसको रोक दे कि भाई तूने तो ब्यूरोक्रेट बनने का वो लिया था, लक्ष्य रखा था सामने, और जब उस लक्ष्य को तुम हासिल नहीं कर पाए तो तुम एक अच्छे अध्यापक नहीं बनोगे? क्यों? जो उसने ब्यूरोक्रेसी में जाने के लिए जो उसने ज्ञान हासिल किया, जिन प्रैक्टिसेस को समझने की कोशिश की, और जब हम कहते हैं एक अध्यापक को पूरी विषय वस्तु का ज्ञान होना चाहिए, समाज की पकड़, समाज की समझ होनी चाहिए, तो वो समाज की समझ को, ज्ञान की पकड़ को लेकर नहीं आ रहा क्या वो अध्यापक व्यवसाय में? तो हम ये कैसे कह सकते हैं कि if a person has failed there, so he will be a failed person in this profession also. Why? कुछ तो वो लेके आया होगा वहां से, कुछ समझ, कुछ ज्ञान, कुछ तो लेके आया। और दूसरा, हम बार-बार बात करते हैं मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी होने की, बहुत सारी बहुविषयक समझ को लेकर हम आकर यहाँ पर उसको क्या हम अप्लाई नहीं कर पाएंगे? समाज मेरे ऊपर क्यों ये मुझे बंदिश में डाले कि मैं यहाँ पर ये काम नहीं कर पाया हूँ तो मुझे अध्यापक बनने का मौका नहीं दिया जाता है। समाज में बेरोजगारी चीज ज्यादा है। माँ बाप चाहते हैं कि बच्चा, जो हमारे खेतीहर परिवारों से बच्चे आते हैं विश्वविद्यालयों में पढ़ने के लिए, किस तरीके से वो 20-25 हजार रुपए की फीस को कितनी मुश्किल से दे पाते हैं। इस बीच में यदि उससे पटवार परीक्षा में तो सफल हो जाता है तो उसके माँ बाप बिल्कुल चाहेंगे कि पता नहीं 5 साल बाद उसे अध्यापन व्यवसाय में मौका मिलेगा या नहीं मिलेगा। और अभी उसके हाथ में यदि पटवार परीक्षा है या पुलिस में जाने का उससे वो सफल हो गया है, तो उसके लिए उसके मौकों को आप क्यों उसकी रोकना चाहते हैं? हम ये क्यों मान लेते हैं कि ये लोग, इनकी चॉइस ही गलत है?
थोड़ा मैं एड में ये करना चाहूँगा, मैंने जो बोला है हम ये क्यों नहीं माने कि जो स्टूडेंट IAS, PCS या कुछ और बनने गया था, वो अध्यापन में आगे उसके वहां पे वो फेल हुआ, तो उसके एस्पिरेशंस उसके लिए थे। अब अध्यापन चुके बाई चांस है, अब वो अपने आप को उस प्रोफेशन में खोज चुका था कि मैं IAS बनूंगा, कलेक्टर बनूंगा, तो आप मुझे अच्छा करना है। अब ये तो मैं बाई चांस आ गया हूँ, तब मुझे आगे कुछ करना नहीं है, तो डिमोरलाइज हो जाता है, अपने आप को उठाने की कोशिश नहीं करता। उस प्रोफेशन में रहते थे कई बार कई सालों तक और दूसरी चीजों के बारे में सोचता है, तो हो सकता है वो खुद ही फेल हो उस प्रोफेशन में। तो वो टीचर अगर एक ईमानदार टीचर बनना चाहेगा, तो जो मैडम ने कहा, वो चीजों को लेके आकर के उस प्रोफेशन में यूज कर सकता है, नहीं तो उसको उस प्रोफेशन में नहीं आना चाहिए। थैंक यू।
सर, पूरे ड्राफ्ट में अम्बेडकर साहब टीचर की बात तो कही गई है, लेकिन जो क्वेश्चन आपने उठाया वो ठीक उठाया कि एक टीचर एजुकेटर 5-5 जगह काम कर रहा है, लेकिन टीचर एजुकेटर जो है उसके लिए क्या होगा, ये ड्राफ्ट में कहीं जिक्र नहीं है। उसके योगक्षेम की कोई व्यवस्था आजकल से प्राइवेट इंस्टीट्यूशन में या प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी में जो टीचर एजुकेशन में है और टीचर एजुकेटर है, उसके घर का चूल्हा जलता रहे, इसके लिए कोई व्यवस्था सोचेंगे या फिर उसे 5-6 जगह काम करना पड़ेगा, तब चूल्हा जलेगा?
So we conclude discussion. Actually, all the questions what I observed or what all the discussions based on the draft and all that, are we ready? We are thinking here about teaching the profession or the professional standards and all that in a very individual plan. Teacher doesn't exist, whether it is teacher or a bureaucrat or anyone, doesn't exist alone in this universe or in this earth. It is an ecosystem. So the whole ecosystem is not ready to understand that teaching is the mother of all the professions, hence to be regarded accordingly. 2,500, we are trying to go back to 2,500 years, citing Chanakya or citing Socrates or Plato or Aristotle, who were around teachers, right? You are still remembering them for the fact that they all went beyond the evidence. This ecosystem which has been a gift of the end of colonialism has not taught anyone to be away from the colonial handover. The whole colonial handover is implemented to all the bureaucratic, diplomatic, political things to rule over all other disciplines. So if the moment there is a balance between and understanding of the role of teaching, which is again teaching all these professions, then only that way you really get the professional ethics for teaching, and the teaching is elevated. All the institutions, all the nations where teaching is, or the teachers and professors are admired, everything and respected internationally, nationally, they only are admired for their teaching. We are trying to follow. We are not actually natural. The society is not natural. Society wants that person X which is doing the teaching job, who has compromised from his aspiration to be a citizen, right? He is living a life of a compromised person. He is going to lead the society to make another citizen. This is completely rubbish. So, first we all need to be actually in network, understand whose job is what, give appropriate respect, prepare the fundamental policies, and the policy should not be in paper. Implementation is far not visible. So, making a policy and realizing that in total, all in principle is impossible unless otherwise society is mature enough and self-decided that you should be able to practice your passion. and teaching that will be music that will be music. Unless that is understood, rather than always pointing that you are like student, you will be mathematics only or science only, which we had seen in our generation, because we score 100 out of 100. Neglecting all other subjects and looking at only civil service or something which rules this country, which has come out of the colonial rule, which understands that it is poverty, it is undeveloped. So the only way to rule this country or to have the best position when you have power. So the power that is a complete dilemma, and this country is at crossroads. It is running very fast to be at par with Western smarter civilizations, so-called smarter civilizations, but it has not really amended or really done the appropriate rebalance for last 75 years at all levels. It is only trying to say that the teacher hasn't gone to the classroom because of it, has preferred to be in some office or somewhere because of why. So it is not testing again whether it is teaching or learning, whether it is teacher or student. It is not testing. We should all look at that diagnosis rather than testing. Thank you.
So much. I think that was a wonderful input by our panelists. We can applaud for the energetic and the insightful and applaud to the energy of the audience also. We can applaud for your energy. It was wonderful. At this time, it was a very nice interaction. And we need to wish to the panel who have actually stirred the audience at this time. So thank you so much, everybody. And in order to thank them with a token of appreciation, we have mementos for our panelists. And I request the first memento by Dr. Anjali. Dr. Anjali Dean, Head and Dean Department of Education. If you can present the token of appreciation to Professor Rita Arora, former Professor, University of Rajasthan. Dr. Narendra Kumar, Assistant Professor, Department of Education, requested to felicitate Professor Saryog Yadav, RIE, NCERT, Ajmer, Rajasthan, with our token of appreciation. Dr. Karthina, Assistant Professor, Department of Yoga, is requested to felicitate Professor S.N. Ambedkar, Dean of Social Sciences, Central University of Rajasthan. Dr. Mansati, Assistant Professor, Department of Linguistics, is requested to felicitate Professor R.H. Pai, RIE, NCERT, Ajmer, Rajasthan. I will also get to do Assistant Professor, Department of Education, to felicitate Professor Muzammil Hassan, RIE, NCERT, Ajmer, Rajasthan. I will now request Dr. Nivedita Assistant Professor, Environmental Sciences, to felicitate Professor S.K. Panda, Head Department of Biochemistry, Central University of Rajasthan. We can continue the applause. Thank you so much, panelists. Thank you so much for the insightful and enlightening session. Now, I would like to request Dr. Nivedita. Now, I would like to request Dr. Nivedita to stay and tell us about this section. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. After this insightful second session, I would like to make some reflections from our university, those who have enlightened us from their wonderful knowledge and deliver a very bright insight on NPST. Professor Saryogata, sir, he reflected upon especially on the foundation stage, the role of deep learning on this stage, and especially on the linguistic background of the students. And Professor Rita Arora, she highlighted about looking for the teachers at the field of the team and merging these teacher activity programs for the development of teachers and course, including the content and competencies of the teachers. Professor S.K. Ramakrishnan reflected upon the international standards of teachers and not just including the international standards but also taking the Indian ethics and mentorship for the excellence, those who want to become teachers, and taking teaching as a career. Of course, speakers, Professor R.D. Kali, sir has reflected on the business innovation, which particularly more on the urban education, but rural education especially requires more reflection towards this education policy. And definitely the feedback from students and provisions related to the annual evaluation point. Our fifth speaker, Professor Mudam, talk about the content development and curriculum, which is required for the development of the national education policy, and definitely required from the classroom level to including the diversity present in our country, and especially talking about the special teachers required for the special schools, and including general teachers which are required for the special schooling system. Last year, Professor he reflected this insight right from the teachers and he talked about the teachers' struggle and their cause of absenteeism of teachers, and we talked about the quality of teachers which is required for conducting good job and developing more innovation towards the development of students as well as for teachers. So thank you for all the deliveries, those who have invited us for their wonderful talk and this is open to discussion panel. I would like to call Dr. Narendra Markar for giving the formal vote of thanks for the session.
Good evening, one and all. It's honor for me that I have been given the opportunity for concluding remarks couple of times one day online open discussion of hybrid work on the team, national process standard for this all one day open discussion.
Good afternoon, sir.
Of the last seminar, last national seminar that we organized in the month of September. And this type of
Good afternoon, sir.
And we have been given the opportunity by the MCT. So, in this organization, we plan one day open discussion in 3 we have an inauguration session in which Professor Anil Kumar Shuklaji, who is the Honorable Vice Chancellor, National University of Pune, and the special guest was Professor S. Sharma ji, who is the Principal, Regional Institute of Education, Ajmer. They discuss the various issues of the teacher, standards of the teacher, requirements of the teacher, requirements of the standards for the teachers to the country, as per the recommendations of the new education policy. In second session, it was first technical session, and we have 3 speakers. One is from Tamil Nadu, who is the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Teacher Education University, Tamil Nadu Teacher Education University, Professor Panchanathan. And second speaker was Mr. Rishabh Khanna, who is the resource person from NCT, New Delhi. And the third speaker, Professor Tripathi, who is the Dean in Department of Education, Lucknow University, Lucknow. In the third session, we have various panelists. In this session, all the panelists, Professor Mujammil Hussain from RI Ajmer, Professor Rita Arora, who has been the professor, Rajasthan University, Jaipur, Professor R.B. Parikh, again from RI Ajmer, Professor Santosh Kumar Pandaji, who is the professor in our Central University of Rajasthan in biochemistry, Professor S.N. Ambedkar sir. All the panelists have discussed various issues. They reflected their experiences, their views on the requirements, needs of the standards, professional standards for teacher community. And this session was followed by reflection from the audience, from the participants, the question answer. And it was very nice because any event can be successful only after active participation of the participants, of the audience. So in this session, this was followed by the reflection, and it was very nice interaction with the audience, all the panelists, and it was the aim of this one day of discussion to have the interaction with the audience, to have the discussion among the panelists, and I am sure this organization of this open discussion is successful only because of the active participation of the audience. Now, on behalf of the Department of Education, Central University of Rajasthan, I would like to thank you the contributors. First of all, I would like to thank our chief guest. Before chief guest, I would like to thank to NCT, officials of NCT. The chairperson, Professor Mr. Santosh Kumar Sarangi, member secretary, Ms. Jepam Sherpa, under secretary D.K. Chaturvedi, who have given us this opportunity to organize this very demanding open discussion on the very nice theme, National Professional Standard for Teachers. Then I would like to thank our chief guest, Professor Anil Kumar Shuklaji, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Ajmer University, and Professor S. Sharma ji, special guest, and the Principal of Regional Institute of Education, Ajmer, for accepting our invitation in short notice to raise this occasion. Then I would like to thank to our panelists, all the panelists present in person and who are joined in online mode. Tripathi from Lucknow University, and Sri Rishabh Khanna, the resource person from NCT. I also thank you all them. I would like to express my gratitude to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Neeraj Gupta ji, Dean Academics, Professor D.C. Sharma ji, our COE in charge, Professor S.N. Ambedkar sir, who have actively engaged in this organization of this event for last many days. Professor Ambedkar sir is with us, and as a panelist also, and as an organizer, I would like to thank all the deans, all the heads and coordinators of the departments, all the teaching and non-teaching staff of this university, ICT professionals, teachers and the students from culture media studies, all the participants from various universities and institutions of the country, either in person or who have joined in online mode. I would like to thank all the students in the university, all the students and faculty members of my department, all the moderators, Dr. Sakshi Bhatia, Dr. Nivedita Chaudhary, Dr. Duni, Dr. Garima Kaushik and Dr. Kalpati Man. They have contributed a lot. And at the last, I would like to thank to our head and dean, Dr. Sri Sharma, and all my colleagues. They contributed a lot to organize this organization, this event. And at last, I will again thanks to all who have contributed to make this event successful. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Dear participants, with regard to National Education Policy 2020, Department of Education is conducting seminars related to inclusive education and education dialogue every month. There will be seminars conducted from our department. It is online. We request all of you to participate and give your valuable feedback. Thank you. Please gather yourself, please, for a good photograph. Every
कुछ लोगों को अभी हम पूरे लोग